Must be Monday, right? Because first of all, I'm huge on the screen. Holy cow, what happened? Oh my goodness, there's two of me sitting in the same chair. We're going to fix that here really quickly. Let's see, let's run right over here. How about that? Ooh, down to the corner. That's a little bit better. Courtroom's gone, apparently. Yep, it's a rough Monday. It's a rough Monday. Is this thing on? Is this thing on? Can we just do a redo from right now? Crazy day coming up in court. Crazy stuff going on. A lot of stuff happened over the weekend, or not over the weekend, but during the last week. Some of which we covered, some of which we didn't. But the sun's in my eyes. It is a Monday, all over. I will say that. Going back and looking, quite a few of you popped up in chat very early, and the app that I use to put the chat on the screen, it does not let me scroll all the way back to the beginning when Toxic Orchid 71 was first in chat. So I had to grab this one instead, where Toxic was actually first in chat according to my notes, according to what I see here. I'm assuming that's true. Correct me if that's wrong. But a ton of people. Toxic, Exodus 5, Stephen Lee, Pauline, Weatherwatch, Tina, Carol, Chandra, Georgia, Mary Kay, Carly, Golden Mom. Let's see. Who else do we miss? Tom's there, Shauna. Rowdy Girl, good to see you here. Abby in UK, hi. We got you as well. Tons of people here, so welcome. So basically, Toxic, in addition to managing all things Discord related when it comes to true crime, I'm going to have to ask you also to take care of everything IP related worldwide, because you won the internet today. Hopefully that means you can get preferential service to your to your Discord page as well. You know, I won't fault you for serving yourself first in that case, as you're doing the good thing for everybody else, internet related as well. Let's see. I know I've missed people. Isabella's here. MB, welcome. I should read the text before asking. What was that? No, you're good. Sam Terry, good to have you here. 80s Music Man's in the house. The gallery is full, apparently. Lindsay, good morning. Good to have you here as well. And Lindsay. So we have both Lindsays here. That's awesome. Okay, let's see what else we've got. I need to choose my name. I need to change my username to Recovery Addict. That would be fun. And thank you, by the way. I still enjoy that picture you sent me, Weatherwatch, of you at your workstation with the pickles. That was awesome. Woohoo! Lindsay, good to have you. Last Poet, good. Queen Olive as well. Welcome, Queen. Or Olive, one of the two. Which one do you prefer? Katrina's here. Excellent. Okay, Maureen, good morning all. Did I say, is there anyone I missed? If I missed you, just go ahead and stick your hand up in chat. I'd love to give you a shout out as well. Alexis, good morning. Okay, so clearly I need to fix everything that's happening in the background here, because I need my courtroom behind me. We're going to need that today. I can't just be floating here in space, because I look like a little mini-me next to my desk. Which I guess can work today, but that's it. Terry Graham, how's it going? Sherry, DMB raises his hand. Sorry, I missed you, DMB. Good to have you here. That's awesome. Okay, sunlight is turned on right in my eyes. I get it. It's daytime. Good to have you here. The cases today, specifically what we're following today, and I've told you I was going to start changing a little bit my format of how I'm live streaming, but I'm not ready to start today. That we're going to keep doing morning shows like this, but at the same time, I'm probably going to not stream as much all throughout the middle of the day, and do more of wrap-up shows in the evening for some of the stuff that I'm watching, which will allow me to sort of follow two cases at once and give information on both of those. So that's the idea. That sun's just getting worse. As a matter of fact, my everything's messed up just a little bit. Let's see. There we go. It is definitely a Monday. Karen says, me. Miss L raises her hand as well. Karen Fall, good to have you. Or Fall Morning. Is it Karen Fall? Let me see. I think it's Karen Fall. Karen Fall says morning, not Karen says fall morning. Got it. I think we're all caught up. Okay, so here's what we have going on. We have Aaron Dean today, the police officer, the rookie cop from Fort Worth, who this is not going to work. I'm just going to have to like take the microphone with me and lean out of the way. Does that work? Can you still hear me? Is it that bad? The rookie cop who I need someone to come here and hold an umbrella for me. The rookie cop who responded to a call of an open building. Policy states they treat it like a burglary in progress. He was checking the building for signs of entry around the backside of the building, around the backside of the house. He saw a figure in the window. He says he saw a figure holding a gun, or his defense says that, and the gun had a laser that was pointed at him, and he ordered them to put their hands up and then fired, shooting and killing the homeowner or the occupant who was supposed to be in the home. All this happened in the same room as an 8-year-old who was watching everything unfold as well. Awful situation. There are no winners. It's just it was a bad situation from the get-go. But we're going to follow that because today the defense starts. Shauna, welcome. Thank you for the $2 super chat this morning to get everything rolling. Maybe that we'll have to go to the umbrella fund to block the window, because the sunlight is just pouring in here. But thank you so much for supporting the channel, and love that you're here every day. KF7AIK, good morning, loving it. It's going to be a great morning. I was going to talk a little bit about some of the other cases just to get caught up in case you took the week off last week. There were a few things that happened. First of all, we had obviously the Aaron Dean trial, which we covered sort of all in one day. We sort of got caught up on what's happening. But that one is interesting. We're gonna pick up with the defense, and I think the defense will have a very strong defense. I think we're going to hear from Aaron Dean. I think Officer Dean will testify in his own defense, and I think we're going to see a lot of frame-by-frame analysis of the body camera footage. Whereas some of you guys found, there are frames that show the laser, or what appears to be a laser, shining through the window, which would indicate that it may have been pointed at the officer, which would obviously go to his argument of self-defense or protecting his partner. So I need blackout curtains for that room. But I love the daylight so much when it's not like shining in my eyes. Anyway, so Aaron Dean, I expect to hear from him in the defense. I really do. I don't think he's going to sit there silently. I think there's nothing in his testimony that the prosecution is going to draw out that's not favorable, other than the fact that his inexperience on the job, 3 weeks on the job, might be the reason why he never said gun. Might be the reason why he didn't say, oh, by the way, there's a firearm. Just the adrenaline of the moment and everything. I think we're going to find that defense puts on a pretty strong showing on this. And judging that we are in Texas, I have already, I'll call it, I think that this is going to be at minimum a hung jury where there's somebody who says this was self-defense, but more likely that this is ruled as that he's not guilty. So that's what I think is going to happen here. So we had that. We also had the Alex Murdaugh family murders. They had a hearing that addressed several motions that were filed. In that hearing, it was pretty interesting. Alex Murdaugh has a whole team of lawyers supporting him, and you have to realize he himself is a lawyer, right? So he knows this this battlefield quite well, and he's got some experts, and he has some money, or at least we thought he had some money, but the prosecution has basically they responded to a motion that was a request for a bill of particulars. Basically, say, tell us what your case is going to be, because there's so much evidence that's in this case. I think there's like 16 or 17 other indictments with up to 90 charges on them that he's facing, and other things, financial white-collar crime type stuff. It's bizarre. And they're saying there's so much evidence or potential evidence. Just tell us what you're going to focus on so we could build a defense. Well, they basically shared their almost like an opening statement, and basically said his life of crime, of borrowing, of stealing, of embezzling. I don't know if they use that term, but it sounds like they're headed that direction. Led to him getting trapped, holding the bag basically. And every time he started to get trapped, he would have these outs where something terrible would happen, and people would feel sorry for him, and he would get a reprieve, so to speak, financially. And they're saying basically that it was all crashing down, and so he killed his wife and son to escape the financial implications of what he was doing elsewhere in his life. Bizarre, really crazy. So that was the gist of it. We're going to hear more of that when that trial begins, which is going to be a little bit. But also, we've got an interesting motion that I picked out among the rest. The defense is calling for the exclusion of the shirt he was wearing when these murders occurred that was tested for blood splatter. And apparently at one point they looked at it and said there isn't blood splatter, and then another point the expert looked at it and said there was, the same expert. But in addition, when they were testing that shirt, the process they used on the entire shirt forensically ruined it, so that now the defense cannot do independent tests on the same item. And so they're calling for the exclusion of that. Anyway, it'll be interesting. It'll be very interesting. Let's see. Other than that, we had, the last one we looked at a little bit, just briefly because it happened so quickly, and then a little bit longer later on, was Courtney Clenny, the OnlyFans model murder. And in that case, it was the Arthur hearing where she was going to sit before the judge, and her defense was arguing for bail. They want to let her out. Well, we're waiting for the trial. But the judge decided to not allow bail, denied bail, and in addition, both sides reported to the judge that they weren't ready for trial, and so they got pushed out 60 days for another status hearing. So we don't even know when the trial's going to begin. We just know that in 60 days, which is early February, I think, the court's going to gather again and see where everyone stands, but she's going to stay in jail until then. All right, so I've completely ignored chat for just a little minutes, so let me go ahead and catch up. Did I miss anything? I'm looking for flags. I don't see myself flagged. I need a Darrell Brooks fort. That would block the sun. We did see one of those forts in the Courtney trial, I think it was Courtney's hearing. Might have been for somebody else, but it says Monday's a great day to watch someone in legal hot water. Always a good day to do that. Let's see. Color Me Abstract, good to have you here as well. Thank you. Last Poet. It's a lovely day here in North Carolina. Cold and windy in Arkansas. It is coldy. It is coldy. It's cold and windy. That's coldy. 44 degrees right now, where I'm at. Actually, in this room, it's like 95. For some reason, the heater is blowing nonstop. I'm going to have to get that fixed if we're going to do this for any length of time. But snow in the UK, only a few inches here, but it was pretty. That would be beautiful to see. I think Utah's getting some snow for some of the Utah viewers out there. Let's see. I think we had 4 inches at least this morning. Yes, I want to see a pic of the laser on the cup. Georgia, who was it? I'll have to go through the burner phone. Somebody texted me a picture and said, basically, is this what you're looking for? And you guys had broken down the body cam footage of the police officer and gone through it frame by frame. And there is definitely, I think there were 2 or 3 frames, whether there are more or not, I'm not sure, but whether there were 2 or 3 screen grabs that were sent to me where I could clearly see what appears to be a laser shining through a window. Where it's a green laser, particularly, because that color just stands out, and it's the right color, the right shade of green for the green laser. It looks like that was the case, which would definitely go to speak against what we heard from little Zion on the stand, where he said that she never raised the firearm. But the laser is attached to the firearm. It shines the direction the firearm is pointed. So there's that. Michelle Johnson says, recover addict man is a lawyer. Man is a lawyer, which surprised me. Oh, yeah, you're talking about the Murdaugh case. Yeah, he's a lawyer. his eyes creep me out, honestly. Just the guy, they're like two little black holes in his head. And I grabbed a screen grab where he glances right at the camera and you make eye contact sort of, through the camera with him. It's like, wow, he looks intimidating, a little scary. Let's see. MB says that was me who sent the potential laser pics. Yeah, MB, those were great frame grabs, and I think you did pick it out very well. And if you could pick it out, I'm pretty sure the defense is going to pick it out as well. They have quite a few experts looking at that, and I think that'll happen. So thank you for sending those, by the way, MB. Snow yesterday, 30 right now. Utah snow north of Bountiful and in mountains and ski resorts. OnlyFans sounds like the boyfriend and Courtney were as a toxic relationship. They had some issues, and some of them publicly. Obviously, there's the elevator video, which has been shared quite a bit, where she seems to be a bit abusive towards him. So there's that as well. Cakespoo, oh my goodness, this came across the news this morning. Out of Australia, which is just, the last place you'd expect to see a shooting. But they had a shooting sort of in the bushland area, if I understand correctly. It's away from town. It's sort of in a remote area where an officers had responded to check on someone. The way I heard it was sort of like a welfare check. And in the process, at least two people, they say, opened fire on the officers, killing two police, killing one civilian, and I think injuring a third policeman, which, Australia is known for its lack of gun violence. And so this has really just shocked the country. I believe it's the Queensland area. Is that right, Cakespoo? But, and still also, I from what I hear, they're not in custody yet, the people who did the shooting, which, obviously there's going to be a huge police response. And we'll be following that story, but just tragic to hear out of there. Okay, the sun has moved just enough that I can now see my screen and see what's happening. I look awful without the court behind me, so I'm going to try to fix that right now. Give me just 1 second. I'll shut that one down and bring this one up. And it's not working. Okay. Tom says, recovery addict, the coaching of the witness well on the stand and outside of court, the differing statements from the kid and recording, the way the prosecution is going about it doesn't look good. Tom, there are so many issues on here that popped up that are just stunning. I'm like, really, you don't expect this, but yeah, it's bizarre. Let's see. Trying to see who has the best feed this morning as we're expecting court to get started here in the next 40 minutes, I believe. I'm gonna have to pop off screen and plug something in that's not plugged in right now because I can't control one of my two switchers, which means you get a song, and I did move all my songs around, so I don't know where they are anymore. I have to look. See, I've got a police sound effect we used the other day. The police for the police chases. So. Yeah, we got that one. We'll use that later. And thanks for joining me, those who joined, I think Saturday night it was for the police chase edition. If you missed it, there were two good chases out of Wisconsin, two that ended successfully for the police with no other civilians injured. Let's do this one right here. How about this? Okay, give me 10 seconds to walk around the backside of my computer and get some stuff plugged in so I can fix this and get back in the courtroom, because we can't operate without me in the courtroom. That doesn't work. So now, it clearly isn't an improvement. It got worse, I think. It got worse because you can't see me at all. Let's see. I'm going to turn that off just for a minute and go to... You just get to see me from behind right now. I'm working on this. We're going to get there. Before court begins, I'll be on screen in the courtroom. KF7AIK Bob, thank you. Support for a friend. You were working your tail off. Bob, appreciate the super chat, and thanks for popping in here. One day we might have a case where we need your expertise and have to call on you for your inside information regarding the career you're in. It just seems like eventually, that's going to pop up. But good to have you here, and thank you so much. I appreciate the support. Joellen says, I hear a song coming on. Yeah, that's how it works. When things go bad on my end, I play music and try to fix it. But we're plugged in appropriately on the backside. Now I just have to make the software connection to get everything up and working. I did take everything apart on Saturday because it was Mrs. RA's turn to record some videos, which she recorded, I think 7. She got 7 videos made, which is just amazing. I can barely do 1 video a day, and she can crank out 7, which was just really cool. Okay. Let's try this one. Okay, we're almost there. At least we have the connection where we need it. And then from there we'll be ready to go. Let's put this there. There's my courtroom picture. Let's bring that in. Boom. Am I back yet? Almost. I'm almost there. Well, it might be a rough day. Key on air. Hey, we're getting there, one step at a time. I'm very much in the dark a little bit here, but we might have to work with that. Monica says, good morning. I'm back from my cruise. Go ahead and rub it in, Monica. And here at work with my new mug, it has arrived. When's the sentencing date for Ortiz? Ortiz got what he deserved, I guess, moments after the verdict was read. In Texas, they do not mess around. Basically, when the jury came back with the verdict, they came back with a guilty of capital murder, which was a single charge. Instead of finding him guilty on all 4 counts of murder, guilty of a single charge of capital murder is a greater penalty than guilty on 4. So the math is a little different than what you might expect. But because it was guilty of that, it's an automatic sentence of life in prison without parole. And the judge ordered that immediately, ordered the sentence, and then had him stand there for victim statements, which began immediately as well. And so Ortiz is done. Of course, he has made it known that he is going to file an appeal. At some point he will appeal, but that's it. Hey, we're almost there. We're getting closer to where we need to be on my little box. Let's see if I can do this one. Yeah, it's amazing when technology starts to work again. So that's where we are with Ortiz. It's done. And Monica, if you missed that, go ahead and watch back on the rewind. Go back through the view or the live videos I posted, and you'll be able to follow that. It was pretty cool. Okay, so MB, I'm glad I made the decision this morning because I didn't realize when I went off screen that I was also on screen, but I clearly was around the backside of the of the cabling. The mess that is back there. When you think of cable management, what happens back here is not cable management. It is cable mismanagement. But that's it. AJ says, good morning. I set my alarm for 6 a.m. Pacific time. Did I win the internet? No. Dang snooze button. Well, AJ, you really only have yourself to blame there. The alarm, I think, did its job, but it can only do so much. But no shorts today. No shorts. It was chilly. It was really chilly. It was almost freezing. But I am super embarrassed because I honestly did not think that I would still be on camera when I walked around there, and I'm just grateful that it wasn't a Friday. Let's put it that way. No Pants Friday would have been. I think the stream would have ended abruptly about that time. Anne, welcome. True Celtic's in the house. Welcome, Mutt. Good morning to you as well. So we're trying to get connected with the court live feed, which is still not up. And usually Mondays are a little slow sometimes to get started. But let's see if we've got anybody providing a live stream. I'm not seeing it yet. It could come up. Let's see. This one here. That was from the other day. I'm going to have to switch my view so I can... Nope, that's not it. 2. Okay, we've got day 1. I'm just looking through the trial footages from the different news channels to see if anyone's got anything coming up on the Aaron Dean trial, and I'm not seeing it. Did somebody move it today and not tell us? We'll try WFAA, who has been good in the past with the feed they offer. And yep, nothing yet. Okay, so we'll hold off on that one. All right, where are we at on chat? Let's see. If I hit the like button, it pulls me in, and the thumb has Cheetos on its thumb and pickle juice. I may know that I'm in the right place. Color Me Abstract, that's pretty much how it works. The like button should be covered in pickle juice and Cheetos powder as well. Cool Ranch chips, Doritos as well, is also acceptable. Some assembly required. A lot of assembly, Richard. Just a ton of assembly. I should count the number of cables I have making all this magic happen, but it's it's a lot of cables. Laura says, "Hey there, good morning, Recovery Addict. Have a wonderful week. Keep up the good work, Laura. Thank you very much. I hope your week is wonderful as well. It's good to hear that the mugs are arriving. Can you post the link to the mug, pretty please?" says Shauna. So I think, Abby, if you can post that, if you haven't already, that would be great. The mug link is, I think there's still time, but we're getting close to the delivery time where if you want it to arrive before Christmas, I'm not sure if they can guarantee it at this point. There's just so many packages going out. Let's see, Alexis, you don't want the internet today. Looks like there are technical difficulties. Right, these ones were on my end, though. KF7AIK. Yeah, the Ortiz sentencing blew me away. It's just wham, bam, done. It was that quick. Have clients coming in today, so dang it, pants. It's probably a good thing, Katrina. It's a good thing. It's. I should get in the habit of doing it. Generally, it's shorts, but today it was pants. It's set to stream on Law and Order. Let me check Law and Order's feed, because I hadn't seen it pull up yet this morning. Search Aaron Dean trial. Let's see. Fox 4 carried it live as well, and I don't like taking Law and Order's feed if I can help it. We might have to pull some of that before the news stations come in. Let's see if Fox 4 is going to do anything today. Okay, we'll get it. We'll get it pulled up here. MB says, I really want to organize your cables. MB, it's the problem is I would really like them organized, but I wish I had bought everything all at once. Obviously, financially, that wasn't possible for me. But if I'd bought everything all at once, all the cables would match. They'd be the same size, diameter, the same look. It would be very neat, and I'd have a neat cable tray back there with everything zip corded together. But that is not the case. I have some cables that are so thick they don't want to bend at all, and some that are so flimsy I need to really upgrade them to something more stout. And that's just how it is. Eventually, I'll get there. Thank you, Abby, for posting the link for the mug. It's wonderful. DMB says, I have a bag of Cool Ranch Doritos at the ready now in case things get interesting. That and some water. You'll need some bottled water to go with it, which I have as well. No mug today, though. My mugs are in the dishwasher. I think the family made hot chocolate, and my mugs were the preferred mug to drink out of. Do you offer porch pickup? I don't, only because they ship straight from the manufacturer. You have clients scheduled, yeah, right? Well, Katrina, your clients are furry clients, right? We're talking pets, but they have owners that will show up. Joellen always shows up late, so as not to be in charge. It's all right. You always show up, Joellen. That's what counts. It would not be the same without you. The gunmen are still on the run, says Cakespeare. This is back down to Australia. It sounds like a drug raid gone bad to me. Yeah, it sounds like they were ready. I mean, I realize there are still firearms in Australia. There's still hunting that goes on, more in the bush than in like the urban areas. But you just don't expect gun crime to be reported out of there. KDQ 0882. Good morning, all. Sorry I'm late. 32 spot on the button. It's freezing with a skiff of snow. Found your favorite pickles. Mrs. KDQ says they are spicy, but she likes them. We both tried the juice too. I have not tried the juice. Would you recommend I do that? I did get 2 jars of pickles over the weekend of the spicy maple bourbon pickles, which are just unbelievable. They're so good. I ate one of the jars already. The whole thing. It was me. I could organize the cables. I used to run cabling for a living. I don't doubt that you guys would organize it, but you would also turn me in for cable crimes. You know, it's what I've done back there. What is going on back there it is a crime. Tom says, have you seen the $1,000 plus HDMI cables that they have at Best Buy? I have one of these cables, not the $1,000 one, but I do have a 100-foot fiber directional cable that I can use in some of my installations if needed. Obviously, I don't need that length here in this room, but I've got some pretty pricey cables. I should send a pic of some cabling to Discord. The interns at work did it, and it's interesting. I used to work in a computing center, basically a government facility computing center, where we did cabling right, but we did it right because I was not the one who did the cabling. So pickles are so good. I'm telling you, I would not lead you astray on something so important as pickles. And those pickles, the spicy maple bourbon pickles are phenomenal. What did you say? $1,000? Okay, so that cable, I will tell you, I got for free. I got my fiber 100-foot directional HDMI cable, which is just a massive, thick cable. I got that from a friend who I helped move over several days, and as I was moving, he had 2 of those cables, and he said, "If you want one, you can have one." And I said, "I would like one." So that's where I got it. I don't think I would ever buy a cable that expensive on my own. Police called it property regarding missing person. Sometimes alias. Yeah, I listened to the news report. Is it Queensland? I'm not up to speed on my regions of Australia, unfortunately. But I listened to the news report, and it astounded me that Australia's searching for 2 gunmen right now. DMB says, recovery addict, I'm sure it's not nearly as bad as some of the things I've seen before. It's not that bad because, it's a relatively small space. But, I mean, I've got 4 cables right here, 5 connected to the laptop, a couple more connected over here. I've got these little terabyte hard drives all over the place that I use for different machines. I've got a charger over there that's charging 6 different things at once, so I can keep my camera behind me running and everything else. But has somebody seen the link to Aaron Dean? Why am I not getting it? Let's see here. I'm not seeing any of Aaron Dean's stuff here. And it's supposed to be live today, but usually it doesn't go live until right before the moment. Uploads popular. Okay. Joellen says, I worked in IT for IBM in the 90s. My oldest granddaughter named Nanageek. And my oldest granddaughter named you Nanageek, right? I'm changing my login to that. All right, Joellen, I will forget your name was Joellen. We will just call you Nanageek from now on. Try the juice. We ate half a bottle in a day. They are tightly packed in the jar. Not much juice of a juice to pickle ratio. So KQD, did you eat the peppers? Because the peppers for me, they're not too hot to eat, but they don't have a good flavor on their own for me. It's just heat. Let's see, Tina, I think you just sent me a link that I'm going to try to check out here really quickly. Thank you for that, by the way. Copied the link, send it to my laptop. There's day 4. Okay, so let me open this in my other window. Thanks for that, by the way. I appreciate that, Tina. Here's a tech question from Abby. Does it cost more to charge things through a USB rather than through the plug? As far as electrically, it's going to use the same power. A USB plug is a 5-volt connection, although they can charge at different speeds. Like some USB connections can push more power. So the amount of power that the device uses to charge should be the same. It just changes how fast it charges. So I don't know if there's a cost difference. If you're using a device that generates a lot more power or consumes a lot more power. So if you have like a huge charging station base that takes a lot of power to run, but it can charge lots of things at once. If you only charge one thing through that, it's probably going to use more power that's not used, that's wasted, than if you just plug it into the wall. Does that answer your question? What about a dozen cables then? That is nothing. I built machines with hundreds of cables and wiring galore. I think I'm close to 2 dozen. I think I am. Hello, Mrs. R.A. How are you doing? She's coming to get some books for homeschool. I'm known as that name everywhere except here. Only 2 domains in that name. You own 2 domains in that name. Well, let's switch your name, Joellen. I'll go ahead and give you permission to do that on YouTube. Make it happen, and we will know you as that here as well. I will check the Discord for the pictures for sure of the cabling. But meanwhile, let me pull this up. We've got just a few minutes before court begins. Let's see. Let's go right here. Okay, so we have Law and Crimes feed. I'm going to watch for a couple others. I think WFAA is carrying it. Fox 4 should have it as well. But either way, we're going to have trial footage when it comes live. Okay. All right. Okay. So, is there anything we missed? Anything we need to cover before trial starts this morning? Somebody ran a 50-mile race. Do they want to brag in here? I'm not going to throw you under the bus, but someone ran 50, like this 50, not 15, but 50 miles last week. Who would that be? Huh? Who's the runner among us? Georgia says, if the prosecution is able to prove their case without needing to use the boy again, it would be so great. I feel his life was hurt by that coaching, and truth sets us all free. Georgia, I think for sure that the prosecution that the defense will not call the boy up, and I don't think the prosecution will call the boy up again. They already have that recorded testimony, which really is what they need, and they needed him to bring that testimony in. But I don't think you'll see the prosecution or the defense call Zion up to the stand again. KF7AIK says, I'm Discord challenged. Would you explain it quick and what the advantages are? Bob, the Discord is a page that it's a community page on the internet where you can join and discuss with fellow members of the community certain topics, and it's set up in a logical manner where there are different folders for each different topic. So they have videos, they have court documents, they have calendar things for trial. Basically anything true crime related, you can find it in there, and then you can post individual posts for different people. So it's like a timeline of posts on each topic. So it's really good. Wow, I barely drive 50 miles. 50 miles is a lot. So who raised their hand? Let's see. Did someone say, oh, it was me, I ran 50 miles? I know who you are. I've got you on my feed on the burner phone. That's a lot of miles, isn't it now? All right. If you want to be anonymous, I'll let it stay that way. KDQ says, KF70IK, RA has moved about a bit. In what state did you meet him? The state of denial, KDQ. I was in the state of denial. No, just kidding. We were in Utah at the same time and have a few stories together. Okay, still no footage yet from anybody that I can see. Let me check one more place. Best song for this year for Christmas, White Christmas by the Drifters, Recovery Addict. White Christmas by the Drifters. Won't be able to play it on here, but I will take a listen off the stream. Big weather day for you tomorrow to bite me. Let's see. They elevated the tornado risk. Keep an eye out and stay safe. Weather watch. This is funny because where I lived out west, we would get some intense weather, but nothing like where I'm at right now. So we would have, like Utah gets a lot of snow. We would have some wind, some east wind occasionally. Once, every other year or so, there would really be a big, east wind storm that would, take parts of roofs off and stuff. But the one thing I was not prepared for when I moved to North Carolina was the casual mention of isolated tornadoes in the weather report in the morning, which for me seems like it should come with flashing lights and sirens, but the weatherman's just pointing at the map and going through the weather, and then throws that isolated tornadoes into the mix as well, which I still have not gotten used to. So yeah, if you have a tornado in your area, please stay safe. Lockerbie suspect is due in court, says Toxic Orchid. We'll have to see what happens there. KF70IK. I met my wife at RA's wedding. Okay, so we go that far back for sure, and further. I'm not taking credit for that one, but yes, and thank you for coming to that. That was wonderful. Yeah, tornadoes. I'm out. That's what Mrs. RA said. She said, I don't want to move somewhere where they have tornadoes, and I'm like, well, we'll be in North Carolina. We're not going to be like in Kansas area where we watch Wizard of Oz, right? We know where the tornadoes happen. No, it turns out we moved to an area that had a tornado the year before that, completely devastated a couple houses out here. But we have not had any yet. MB, yes, I missed you. I missed you owning up to it. But MB was our runner extraordinaire. I've got a picture actually of her on the trek. It was intense. She let me know that she was going to be running and then send a picture afterwards. But amazing accomplishment. I appreciate you running for all of us because we're not going to. That's how it is. Tiffany Marie, welcome. Good morning. How are you doing this morning, Tiffany? Good to have you here. Okay, do we have something coming in? I'm seeing something from Law and Crime. Let me just pull this up here just one second.
On how the human eye sees color, light, objects. Is that true?
It's true.
Can you explain what rods and cones are to the court?
I'm not sure what this is.
Eye collects light information and color information, and the cameras are designed to replicate to the best of their abilities.
This is live. Is this the right trial? Did we just get thrown in and pop in live?
We have what's called rods and cones in our eyes. That's how we detect and translate the reflection of light off of objects. The cones represent the color.
Yeah. So this is testimony from the Arendine trial, which has begun this morning early.
Frequency, so that helps us distinguish brightness. So people who have fewer cones in their eyes will
Going to try to boost this audio to get it to a level we can listen to.
colorblind because they may not have enough cone receptors. The rods will allow us to see in darkness. So if as we age, our rods deteriorate and we don't see as well at night. So cameras are different. Cameras use what's called a CCD, a charge-coupled device.
Hey, Cakesby, that might be a question
optical
for
system
Weather
directed behind the
Watch.
lens,
Maybe he can
and
straighten that out for us.
What's called photon energy, which people refer to incorrectly as light, but that photon energy is in a broader spectrum than what our eyes can see. By spectrum, I mean electromagnetic spectrum. So it sees light or a frequency of reflective information in the infrared frequency, which our eyes can't see, and that's above 750 nanometers, and it sees all the way down to about 430 nanometers.
Happy birthday, Debbie!
Can see.
Happy
So
birthday!
That spectrum is where color is, and that's where our rods and cones are sensitive to. The cameras have a little bit more broad sensitivity. If they have their infrared filter removed to allow infrared light in.
We're only getting the
Gives
channel
them
on
sort
one audio. We're only
gives
getting the
cameras
left
the
audio
ability to
channel
see
on
in
this
darkness. Many cameras, like body-worn video systems,
because the
have the
cameraman
infrared
is an
filter that
amateur.
locked.
That's
and
why.
So it doesn't see that frequency above what is the 750 nanometer cutoff. So if it's dark, it's going to be dark. If the infrared filter were removed, which can be automated, then it would see into darkness. Things would look black and white, but we'd see in that dark area.
So for an example for the court, when we see the proliferation of home video camera systems, CCTV for the house, the do-it-yourself stuff.
Yes, Pauline, this should be the defense, the beginning of the defense.
In the daytime, the same camera's color, we're controlling it from our phone, we haven't done anything, that's the cutover?
Correct. So the camera has a sensitivity to a certain light level.
We're going to try a
They're
couple
all
different
slightly
feeds here
different.
just to
I
see
have a
who's
number of cameras
best.
around my residence, and at a certain time of darkness, the camera will switch from color to black and white, and then it'll be a
Stuff. That at night, we may see a black and white image of our house, in the daytime, the same camera's color, we're controlling it from our phone, we haven't done anything, that's the cutover?
correct. So the camera has a sensitivity to a certain light level.
The audio is a little better on
They're
this
all
one, even though the
slightly
picture's a
different.
little grainy.
I have a number of cameras around my residence, and at a certain time of darkness, the camera will switch from color to black and white. And then it'll be a switch, you can see it. It'll flash over.
Do cameras, and I guess go back into this, you're aware that there was a particular type of Axon camera in this case? Is
Yes.
that correct?
Yes.
Do you remember the model type?
Yes, it's a Flex 2.
And as part of your interrogation of the matters in this case, did you learn the technical specs of a Flex 2 camera?
Yes, I teach how to use Axon cameras, the different variations, different models, and I consult for Axon, so I'm very familiar with the Axon Flex 2.
Are there limitations or is there a field of view for a Flex 2 camera? Is that the proper? If I'm looking at this, if I understand your field of science, the human eye can see at about 180 degrees, even if we
Okay.
put our hands behind her.
More than 180.
So I've got my three feeds here going on.
Eyes at this point,
Correct.
as an example. What is that called when we're looking at
Field of view.
the Flex 2 camera? What type of field of view does it have?
It has a horizontal field of view of 102 degrees and a vertical up and down field of view of 55 degrees.
can a Flex
So
2 camera or any
he's going to be testifying about what the camera can pick up.
how does depth perception captured in a camera system? How does it versus how a human eye would see stuff?
Well, in most law enforcement configurations for cameras, they're designed, and I was part of the design for the standards for the federal government. The cameras are usually employ a wide-angle lens, different from what we'd see from a television camera, for instance. The wide-angle lens has the effect of having a bit of a distortion around
Hey,
the
Charlie,
edges,
the,
so that we get what's called barrel.
The laser is a visible laser.
Sort of more circular
The
around
purpose
the
of the
edges.
laser on the gun is so the
effect of
shooter
having a
or the
wide-angle
person
lens
wielding the firearm can see where the
makes
gun is pointed
objects,
readily without having to aim down the
look
sight.
further
It sort of
away
gives
than
you
they
like
actually are.
a point and click
So,
type scenario to
best,
shooting.
example
So it's a
I think
highly
is
visible laser.
When we're driving in a car,
So it's interesting to see where this
at the
testimony is
side of the
headed.
mirror, the National Highway Transportation
Not sure
Safety
what he's trying to get at,
Authority
but
says
we think we
mandates,
can see the
a
laser
certain
on the
warning.
Axiom
And
body
when everybody
cam
looks at their
footage.
mirror, they can read it.
But
and
we'll
it
see what happens here.
Objects are closer than they appear, and that's because it's a wide-angle lens. So it's a warning to drivers. The same applies to body-worn video, in-car video for law enforcement, for the majority, not for all of them, but for the vast majority, certainly the Flex 2. That when you look at the video and you see what should be on the edge of the image, a straight object like a window, the window will look like it has a curve on it. The result is that it makes the window look a bit further away than it is, that then gives the illusion and the misinterpretation.
He's talking
for a
about the
layperson
fisheye effect of
that
camera
the
lenses.
object is further away than it actually is. So
In the body-worn
that's part
camera.
of the warning that we provide to say, that
You're right, the laser-
occurrence, that event that's happening.
You can only see the laser
is
when
actually
you can only
closer
see any
to
light
the
when it
person
bounces
wearing
off an
the camera
object.
than it appears to be on the video.
And the laser is a focused
respect to
beam of light, so you would only see it when it hits something.
Flex 2
A window has enough, even a clean window, has enough imperfections in it that a laser going through it should show up visibly
Yes.
to someone around as
And
that
you had
light's
a chance to look at
dissipated
an
out.
audit trail with respect to the one that former Officer Aaron Dean was wearing that night, is that correct?
Yes.
You've talked about video, there's actually two more streams if we were to roll a definition up called digital multimedia evidence, or DME. There's three streams, is there not? Audio, video, and metadata?
There's two streams. There's audio and there's video.
Okay.
And the metadata will be carried in one or both of those streams.
Does the metadata that's carried in one of those two streams tell you more about how the video and the audio were captured? I guess each of them has their own metadata?
Metadata is basically data about data. And apart from the video stream information, the audio stream information, the rest of the data is packed.
I just
full of
might break
metadata.
out a green laser
So,
for you guys.
Each image
it's a burning
has
laser. It's
metadata
very
at the
powerful,
front of it
but,
in what's called
we
the
might play with that here in just a second.
hexadecimal code that makes up the video. So as a tool that is reading the video and trying to display it gets to an image in billionths of a second, it will read how many pixels across is this image, how many pixels up and down is this image, therefore how should it be displayed, what type of frame, in other words, what kind of codec was used, and there's three different frames in the Flex 2. One is a reference frame, then there's a bidirectional frame, and a predictive frame. All of those frames work together to borrow information back and forth to try to create a picture that is relatively accurate. It often uses information from previous and from future images. So it's a hard concept, but a group of pictures is created before the video is actually encoded. So an event's occurring, the camera is sampling the images, holding the images in buffer. Once the group of pictures, I believe it's 15 frames, are encoded, so about a half a second, then the system will do the encoding, and it looks back and forth to see what is redundant in one image to another image, and it will use redundant image from previous images to fill in. So when we look at we can do an export of parts of the metadata, and we can look at how many bytes of data are used to create a picture. And when we get into what's called the bidirectional images that are borrowing information from their neighbors, we can see that very few bytes of data, real information, is actually used to create those images. A lot of it is borrowed.
Patty, I
Doesn't say
believe
that
the gun
they're
was
inaccurate.
legal for her.
The
She may have
encoder
been in
looks to see,
violation
for
of some of the
instance,
rules
this room. If I were to take a
regarding how the
photograph
gun
of
was
this
stored,
room and take 10 photographs
especially in the
a
presence
row,
of a child.
as
But I believe the
people
gun
in
was legal.
room are being recorded from image to image. Somebody might have their eyes closed, and if there's enough resolution, when I snap the next picture, their eyes will be closed. But the ceiling basically doesn't change as long as my camera doesn't move. So these systems will say, let's just reuse the ceiling information from image to image to image because it's the same information. If the resolution, if the sensitivity of the encoder is not enough to see somebody's eyes closed and then open, so if there's not enough pixels and it's a bidirectional image or two bidirectional images in a row, even though they may have their eyes open at that time of the recording, the system will say not enough redundancy to trigger new data at that position, so it will just reuse the person's eyes closed from image to image to image until the next what's called a reference frame.
What do you mean sensitivity when you're talking about the camera?
Well, the system uses an MPEG encoding. MPEG is moving picture.
I will say this guy's very smart. Everything he's saying is the truth so far, from my knowledge of
each of these
cameras and
systems
lighting.
has a sensitivity,
and even lasers.
and you can dial it down on the cameras.
This isn't
to
something
save
that's going to be
storage.
picked apart.
So if the sensitivity
This
isn't
isn't
high
a
enough, the
disputable
response
science.
isn't high
I
enough,
should
there's
put
not
it that
enough pixels in the area, and the redundancy is set too high, then it'll be less accurate, and subtle motions like somebody turning their head may not be recorded until until 15 images later when there's a new reference frame, when everything is updated again. So it gets complicated. This is a week-long class I teach. Hard to do in
Bella,
5 minutes.
that's awesome. Thank you for the order.
Is that
Hope the mug arrives quickly.
the follow-up to that, you made some observations, if you did, I believe, on the record level of this Axon camera in this particular case, did you not?
Yes.
All right. When a camera can record, if I understand the Flex camera from Axon, it has 4 possible settings of record value. Is that, if I'm using the wrong term, please correct me.
That's fair. Yes, that's right.
When we talk about record value, what are we talking about in what we might see for a monitor, dimensions of a monitor we might see at Costco or Sam's or something like that? Is that how you relate pixels across the screen, or?
Well, the monitor will interpolate the image. So I could take an image with 15 pixels across and 15 pixels down and present it there, and it will force it to be large. And it will use what's called an interpolation method, and I don't know what that does to it, but it will alter the information. It will change the edge pattern and the color, and it will not be the same if I'm looking at a small image. The camera systems have a range of settings, and the agency can decide what setting they want from about 848 pixels across by 480 pixels down. That's the lowest setting, to 1920 pixels by, I believe it's 1080 pixels up and down. So that would be what they
I
refer
see the
to
order
as
there, Bella.
high
Looks
definition,
like it's going to
HD.
Florida, right?
So
in the light blue.
generally, with the same kind of compression technology, the more pixels in an image,
Fort
that would be a
Myers.
2K image, the
We'll get it
1920 by
to you.
1080, the more resolution, the more accuracy we're going to get, and the more likelihood that if somebody's eyes are closed, they're going to be recorded as being closed. If they're open, they're going to be recorded as being open.
Is this a user in the field setting, or is this something that has to be done through a firmware update at the department level?
It's an agency level setting that all of the camera systems for that agency would be set to.
And your
Uh-oh, we have a
understanding
cougher
when you
already.
work with Axon Taser, that the cameras ship at the 1920 by 1080 setting, is that correct?
I think there's an option when it's shipped that the agency purchasing can say ship it at this is the resolution we want. I think an agency has the option to then update the firmware and ask for the setting to be changed. I don't believe that the agency can simply hit a button and it changes. I think it's a request through firmware updates. I could be wrong about some of the newer technologies that are coming out, but I think that's how this Flex 2 works.
For this particular camera, for what you were able to observe in your lab, the frame rate, or excuse me, the resolution was low SD or 480p, is that correct?
Low resolution, correct, yes. 480 pixels from top to bottom, and the P stands for progressive.
That means it gets a full picture. Every line of the image is collected with each frame.
Have you had an occasion, based on your experience and your work in your field, to testify as an expert here in the state of Texas before?
Yes.
In fact, you've testified as an expert here in Judge Gallagher's court before, correct?
Yes.
Where else have you testified globally?
I've testified in most
This is
states,
weird. They're going to the
U.S., most provinces
the
in
expert
Canada.
side of his credentials
Testified in Ireland
after he gives his
New
testimony.
Zealand, the UK, the Caribbean.
May I approach him, Your Honor?
Yes, sir.
That was sort of presumptive. Here's the defense attorney. We did see just briefly Aaron Dean there at the defense table.
Did I ask you to bring a CV with you?
Yes.
I'll show you what's been marked for identification purposes is Defense 33.
Looks like we'll get an exhibit. So what I heard him testify to is that the body camera was set to
Yes.
480p
And is that your
resolution,
CV?
which is
It
a
is.
lower quality
We'd
of
offer
video
33
than
for the record,
1080p.
Your Honor.
Just for your reference, the highest quality you can watch me in on YouTube right now is 1080p. So that you'd basically be about half that resolution at 480. The benefit of switching a body cam to 480p instead of 1080p is it allows you to store more video on a limited space of storage.
My CV goes back about 10 years for trials. I have records that go back to the very beginning.
Hey, we'll see you,
My
Bob. Thank
current
you so
CV
much.
is
Appreciate the
always
support.
10
Have a
years
great
back.
day.
Pass the witness, Your Honor.
Ms. Dinger, will you need Defense 33?
I have a copy of it, thank you. Good morning, how are you, sir?
Fine, thank you.
Good. I know you testified a ton, both for the state and the defense, over the last however many years. How long have you been testifying?
Since the early to mid 90s.
Long time?
Yes.
Okay. I just have a couple questions. I was provided a USB this morning by defense counsel that is labeled a government copy, and I'm presuming that this is the work. It looks like 6 different files. Is that right? Have you had an opportunity to see that?
What are the file names?
Let me go through it for
Thank
you.
you.
Sure. It's labeled 00 audit log,
Mhm.
and the second file is 0.
I'm not sure here.
And there's a dash camera. I believe
The
it's
camera's
coming-
cut in
Yeah,
a
there's-
little late, so we'll have to.
I'm sorry, yes, it should go from
Try to back up and see
00 to,
how this
I think,
started.
06 or something, and then they all have file names after that.
Sure. So I have audit log as a file name. I have camera limits. I'm assuming it's LIMTS. I have file named light tracking. I have another file named Axon camera specs, a file named audio timeline, a file named laser images recovery of weapon, and then I have a file named source video.
Yes.
Are those 6 files all of the are those all the files that you did in preparation for this case that you reviewed and/or, because the source video is the body camera video, correct?
Yes,
From the defendant's body camera?
correct.
And so those other files are all files that you reviewed and/or created?
Created, yes.
Okay. The audit log, though, that would not be created by you.
Thank you, yes. Far from that one.
Sure. So audit log's not by you, source video is not by you, but it looks like everything else would have been created in preparation for your testimony?
Yes.
Okay. Is there anything else that you created outside of
We'll see you,
these
Ann.
files
Let us
I
know how it
sent
goes
you?
over there.
No.
And obviously all your training background, being a video forensic analyst, did you apply the science behind the forensic analysis of videos and audios in
People struggle with that.
making these different files?
I did.
Okay. And is there anything else that you reviewed, or you tell me, what did you review in preparation for testimony as well as in preparing these files, sir?
I reviewed scene photographs.
Do you know how many, sir? Or did you review all of them?
I reviewed all that I was provided.
Okay. Do you remember by chance how many were provided?
I'm going to guess 30-ish.
30-ish, okay. All right. What else, sir?
I was provided with a number of other documents that I did not review. I had a discussion with Mr. Brissett that I didn't want to know what anybody else said. I didn't want to see anybody else's reports. The work request was specific to the operation of the video system and what the video
Debbie,
camera
I'll
can
be
reliably
starting
show. So I
evening
didn't need any more
broadcasts or
information.
evening live
So I
streams
told
this
Mr.
week,
Brissett I wasn't going to
possibly
review the
even
files
today,
that
but
I
I'm
was
going to keep the 9
so I
a.m.
don't know what was
show
in,
as well.
file
So it will
folders.
just
So
be
the only
a.
thing I can recall
We might not live stream for as long
is
during the day,
reviewing,
but we'll still be on in the morning.
the body-worn video system. I did look at other body-worn videos very quickly, all of which arrived after the event, so I didn't do any analysis of those. And then the scene photographs, and that was it.
Did you look at the Leica scanner by chance in
No.
this case? Okay. Have you been out to the scene, sir?
No,
Have you done any measurements in relation to the scene using either the body-worn camera or the scene photographs you reviewed?
No.
Okay. And are you limiting your testimony today to purely just the body camera that was worn by this defendant?
and the scene photographs.
Okay. And the scene photographs that you reviewed, you said you reviewed 30 photographs. Generally speaking, what were those photographs of?
They were from the interior of the room, and my focus was just on what the window looked like, so nothing else.
And so as far as the interior of the room, the photographs that you were shown, did it show that the lights were
We'll see you,
on
Maureen.
or off? Or do you remember the
Thanks
light
for watching during the day.
inside that room
We'll
with the
give you a
photographs?
shout out now.
Photographs
Sorry
are
you can't
lights
join
on.
us in chat.
And you did not review any, even though you were maybe provided some interviews, you did not review any interviews of any of the other witnesses that were there at the scene, either at the time or shortly thereafter?
I avoided looking at anything like that.
On this cross-exam, the
And
prosecution
there
is
also,
is
you may
not
notice, there is,
attacking his
interviews that were actually
his
transcribed
findings, his
by the
analysis
case
yet.
division. Did you review
Really,
that
she's saying you
transcription?
really had a
I'm unaware of
limited
that.
scope that
Purpose
you looked
being
at.
so you can be as objective as you can, just tailoring your focus to the body camera and the scene photographs.
Correct.
Now, we've talked a lot about all the body camera and the capability and the technology behind it. Is that the same type of technology that would be applied in the scene photographs in your analysis?
No.
Tell me about that then.
The scene photographs?
Yes.
The scene photographs would have been taken by a still camera,
Okay.
so
And-
quite different.
Okay. And so as far as, you're the expert in the area of when you talk about body camera versus a fixed image or a fixed camera. But as far as the scene photographs.
MB, that's not a bad
what do you
thing.
plan
Eating
to
dinner
testify
together
about today in
tends
those
to lead to
photographs?
staying together when it comes to
Just that I
families.
considered what was in the window, the condition
I don't
of
know
the
yet.
blinds,
I'll let you know as
the
soon as
location
I
of
figure
the
it out.
window. I believe that's all my focus was. There's one or two images.
Did you look at any of the physical evidence in this case?
Apart from the video, no.
And what I mean is did you look at the defendant's gun or the victim's firearm?
No.
Were you briefed about
No.
the,
Only what was captured to video. So there is a weapon seen on the video, two weapons. So apart from that, no.
Yeah, but he's an expert. He's been an expert in this judge's court before.
I don't have anything further for this witness for the purposes of this hearing.
Understood. Regret.
Okay, so this is a
Mr.
hearing.
Fredericks, in fairness, we kept you away from the videos of anybody else. In addition, we kept you away from Mr. Dean at our office yesterday when everybody's coming into town for today. So you didn't talk to him, he didn't talk to you.
No, this is the first time that I've seen Mr. Dean. We haven't spoken yet.
And during the course of your interrogation of the evidence, you inquired, and I believe the audit trail that you have, you inquired as to whether or not we could actually locate the physical camera that captured these images to do some testing, and you learned that it had been turned back in and was no longer available for testing, correct?
We had discussed that.
Your Honor, that's all I have.
Ms. Dinger.
That's interesting.
Well, can I just ask you then, what could you have done if you could have identified and found that original camera?
As I said, we had discussed it, but I don't think much more could have been done. I know how the camera operates. I know how it would operate in different lighting conditions. I think it was just, the question was, does the camera exist? Has it been secured in case something arises? But at this point, I don't think anything.
So if there was an aberration in
mind that I
the
wanted
camera
to
image where there
test
was maybe a
specifically.
lens,
If something had
lens
arisen
problem or
about
something.
the camera
That
not
might have been a
operating
factor.
correctly, then it would have been good to have.
I don't think
As far
there's
as
any
the audit
indicator
trail
that the
you
body cam
reviewed,
was
there
non-functional
anything
or
within the audit
operated
trail
poorly.
that caused you any kind of concern about the tampering with, changing, or altering of the video?
No.
I don't have any questions.
Mr. Brissette.
No, Your Honor.
If you'll unhook that microphone for me.
Okay, so I believe this is a hearing. We have experts that have limited availability. We heard that earlier.
Does the state have any objections?
I do not, Your Honor.
All right. You need a few minutes before we get started.
Okay, so we haven't even started
Oh, I'm
today.
sorry, Mr. Gill.
This was a hearing.
The state hadn't rested its case in chief on the guilt innocence phase of the trial. The defense at this time would ask the court to direct a not guilty verdict through the jury, and that the state has wholly failed to bring forth evidence as to all elements of their case.
That request is denied.
Okay.
How
So-
long do you anticipate you'll need?
We-
have all.
We
all
anticipated that
zero
motion. The state's rested, the
Let's
defense makes a
start
motion basically to say
at,
direct as a not
9:25.
guilty verdict because the state hasn't met the
9:25.
elements of the charge. The state has put enough evidence forward in the judge's mind to proceed to the jury trial looking at the whole thing, so it is going to move forward. We've seen that in other cases as well. We didn't see it in the DB case because DB didn't know to do that.
That shirt buttons.
Yes, sir. And I got some room to grow.
So we're just about to get started officially for this morning. That hearing, just what we're gathering right now, that hearing was to whether or not that expert would be accepted for expert
You
testimony.
got a key?
A little bit of hot mic just from the gallery, but nothing really juicy. Ola says, hi friends, not chatting, but here listening in. Thank you, Ola. Good to have you here. Okay, so we're about to get going with defense opening up with their presentation of evidence, and clearly, if they have a expert witness that that they addressed in a hearing like this, just to see if the judge would allow it, they obviously are providing a defense. They're not just going to rest, like we saw in Ortiz's case, and just require the jury to base the whole thing based on what the state failed to, or did or didn't present. So we will have a defense. I do think we're going to see the officer take the stand in his own defense as well. I did bring the laser in, my burning laser. Let me switch just a little bit here. Just 1 second. Let me get everything set up. Presets, 2-box. We're going to go. That. Source 1 is 2. There we go. Now we can cut to whoops. And I messed it up still. Okay. One day I'll get professional at this. I do have a laser here that is a green laser. It's currently does not have a battery. I hesitate to shine it at my camera lens because it is so powerful. It literally can burn. It can light a fire just from focusing on a single point. The laser is so powerful that if you try to buy this on online, PayPal will not allow you to use their service to pay for this because of how dangerous it is. It comes with warnings not to shine it at things like satellites, which can be damaged, even orbiting the Earth with how bright this is. Grumpy Cat, I don't know the wattage on this laser, but I believe it's powerful. I know that if you shine it in your eyes, it will be the last thing you see. I can use it like a lightsaber on a black trash bag to cut shapes out of a black bag. It's really good. Yeah, I will not shine it in your eyes, but the point is a laser can be shining across your field of view, and unless there's dust or debris in the air, you're not going to see it. You won't see it looking across a laser. If it were shining right now, it could be shining on my hand very brightly over here, but you're not going to see it between this. And so the laser coming from her gun, depending on how it is, the exact model of laser from the gun, you might not see it at the gun when you're looking at it because you're looking from an angle. But if it goes through anything like the window or on someone like his vest or his shirt, those are the points where the light would show up from the laser. So she might have a gun in her hand on the video that doesn't appear to have like a green laser. I mean, you think of like a lightsaber type look, the green beam. You're not going to see that as it passes through. Obviously, if it was directed directly at your eye, it would be very apparent. But from an angle, you wouldn't. So we'll see what they turn up here. That's funny. Hubs just showed our kid a laser like that. Pretty sure you're supposed to have a license or something. Coffee Mom, I know they've tried to regulate them. Obviously, if you shine this at an airplane or a helicopter, it is a federal crime. It's also a crime to shine it at a law enforcement officer. I'm not sure why they get preferential treatment, because it will blind a regular citizen just as well as anyone else. But yeah, clearly a pilot can be blinded by that very easily. Because this can go miles. I mean, visibly, I can see its reflection for miles. But I don't know you can get weapons of mass destruction so easily. Yeah, you can, on eBay even. And they're very cheap. I mean, we're talking less than $20. You can get these. They're not precision. They're not like a science level laser, but they are very potent. No firearm is using lasers like that. I agree. They're going to use a smaller wattage for sure. Not going to be burning laser. That's why they use fog machines at concerts to help dissipate the laser light. Recovery Addict, just like in all bank heist movies, they get to the laser field in the vault and spray something to reveal the path of the lasers. Yeah. So it's we've seen it in the movies. And that does work. I mean, you'd want a darker room to have it really show up. But I think they enhance it in the videos for our viewing pleasure. Yeah, you don't want to shine it at the cop because the cop would shoot you. That's pretty much what would happen. I might get one to keep the mother-in-law at bay. I would recommend a much cheaper laser pointer. You can get them in a variety of colors that don't burn. Now, even the ones that aren't quote-unquote burning lasers, that won't actually light it like a match head on fire, or you can ignite a candle that's been extinguished, things like that. Even if it can't do that, it still can burn your retina. Like if you push the button and look to see if it's on, that's all it needs to cause permanent eye damage. How many and what kind of batteries does that one use? Last Poet, this uses a similar battery to what a lot of vape cartridges use. It's an elongated battery. I forget the voltage on it, but it's not a standard like a AA or a AAA or anything. It's higher voltage. I have these lasers in green and purple. The purple is just as bright as the green, but is less visible to the eye because it's on the edge of the spectrum. So what I hear you say, this is not the playing with cats laser. Katrina, this would be the playing with cats from a mile away laser, but no, I would not want to shine this at an animal because it can also damage their vision. He burned a leaf outside with one of the lasers he has. They take serious batteries. Yeah, and Coffee Mom, one of the things, this laser does have the ability to focus the laser. It's got a little end that I can rotate to change the focal point. So I could bring the focus where the beam is the narrowest to very close to the laser. But even the reflection of the laser is extremely dangerous. So I have to wear colored glasses that will filter out this laser light almost to the point where it's not even visible in the reflection to do that sort of work. And I bought a whole bunch of those for my science class, so everyone had laser protection glasses on when we were using it. MB says, recovery addict, do you think Tatiana recognized it was a cop and felt afraid because it was a cop? MB, I don't think she had time. I mean, if we believe what we heard from Zion, where Zion says, she said, did he hear that? It might have been a raccoon. We know the cops didn't identify themselves. We saw that on the body cam footage. They did not announce prior to this. So there was no indication to her that it was a police officer. The fact that she got her gun means that she was concerned about the noises. And then you've got the fact that she's peering out the window. She sees flashlights, or, as Zion said, he saw flashlights. I don't think she had time to register that it was a cop, because you have to realize the bright light was coming in the window, not from out in the window out. So yes, there would have been a reflected light off the window pane back onto the officer, and I think that's why Zion saw the badge, but it happened so quickly. Him turning to when he shot. I don't think she had time to react, and she might have been raising the gun in self-defense, or even, as she had trained on her video game, as she plays like her Call of Duty or Apex Legends or Realm Royale or whatever she was playing. It could have been like an instinctive try to protect myself type thing because something surprised me very close to me just on the other side of the window. And that could have been all that Aaron Deed needed to feel threatened and fire in self-defense. I don't think it was. I will say this: I don't think this case has the elements that would indicate that it was racially charged, either from the police targeting a minority, because I don't think they had any information regarding the race of the occupants or anything before they showed up. I don't think it was her being afraid of the cops, because I don't think she knew it was a cop until it was too late. I have a green laser to scare the geese in my backyard. It works great, says Grumpy Cat. I love them. I love the lasers. We use it for star watching parties carefully when there aren't airplanes flying overhead. And Little Miss says, Debbie, you live in a very dangerous home. If your pets ever stage a revolt, you're in trouble. Reflections are very dangerous. They are, of lasers and of everything else. Bite Me says, Recovery Addict, has the jury been chosen, or is that next step? We have a jury, Bite Me. We're underway right now. The hearing we just saw, that we sort of interrupted as it had begun early, was just to for the state to basically do a voir dire of an expert that's going to testify regarding the body camera, the laser, the light, the cameras, how it functioned that way, for analysis that way. State didn't seem to have any problem with him. They just want to know the scope of what he had looked at, and they've got that. They have the files, they've got the information he's provided, and we'll be hearing from him at one point, possibly early on, because he is an expert and he's in town. It means they're paying for him right now, and so they probably want to have that testimony done and get him on the way, so they don't have to keep paying his hotel bills and his per diem. Little Miss says, Debbie, I wasn't able to watch last Saturday. I did read an article about how dangerous Christmas is for pets, and almost posted on Discord too. It's really bad for cats. I don't have a cat, but if I did, it would be bad for me because I'm allergic. MB says, Recovery Addict, why do you have that laser? I was dyeing my hair and may have missed the explanation. MB, I taught a summer science class, a hands-on summer science class for kids, just that covered all sorts of stuff. Gravity, covered lasers, magnets. We just had everything, all the fun science experiments you could want. We even made an explosive we'd call the police and let them know when we were going to set it off. But we made an explosive by creating hydrogen using chemical process to create and capture hydrogen, mix it with oxygen, and then ignited it to recreate water. A very small amount, obviously, but make an implosion that way. Just did some really fun things. But I had that course, and we bought thousands of dollars worth of science gear, everything you can possibly imagine. Okay, I think we're coming back right now. Let me go ahead and get ready.
Here is Defense 33.
Judge is back. We've got a hot mic.
Y'all sit down.
So does that? I have lasers and magnets, and I've got a 100-foot long bead chain that's just really fun to play with. Things, all the things I got were the things that kids would look at and say, "Wow, that's cool about science," and that was the purpose of the class, to let them see things that maybe they don't see in the regular science class at school, or maybe they only learn about from a movie or a book.
Are both sides ready for the jury?
State's ready. Defense is ready.
All right, let's go, Brian.
All right, we're starting off. 10:30. 10:30 my time, 9:30 their time, so I think they're pretty much on time. Tom says, recovery addict, if I know if this was Florida, if she shot, even if it wasn't the cop, it wouldn't be good self-defense claim because she wasn't in immediate danger at the point of someone in the backyard. Yeah, you don't want to shoot from inside the house to someone outside the house, just in a self-defense situation generally. I know in states like Utah, if there's someone trying to break in that has a weapon, it's legal. You have grounds from a self-defense standpoint to shoot them even through the door before they make entry if it's clear they have a weapon and are attempting to come in. Not all states are like that. The castle doctrine of defending your home type of thing. The laws are different from state to state. It might be different where if she wasn't aware it was a cop, so like you're saying,
Good morning.
but did see the gun, there might be
We are ready
a
to
gray
proceed.
area there
Mr. Brissett, Mr. Gill.
because that brings the threat directly to her.
Aaron Dean.
Mr. Dean,
Aaron
come
Dean.
up.
First up, I called it. I knew he was going to be testifying, but I didn't expect him first. They are not ashamed to put him on the stand. He is going to tell his story and say, it's a tragic mistake. It's a tragic situation, but I did what I was trained to do, I think. Could do a Science Saturday.
Solemnly swear or affirm testimony given this cause will be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Have a seat. Mr. Brissett.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sir, can you state your name for the record?
Aaron York Dean.
Aaron, you and I had a conversation. You and I and Jim had a conversation about you testifying at your trial, correct?
Yes, we did.
I explained to you that you don't have to testify under the Constitution, and we could arrest it right behind the state. You understood that?
Yes.
And you understand that once you hit the witness stand, you're treated like any other witness, and that the prosecutors are liable to ask you some tough questions.
Yes.
Isn't it true, we also talked about the fact that if you choose to testify, that you could get nervous, scared, upset, all sorts of things during cross-examination or during direct.
Yes.
And knowing all that, you still wish to testify.
Yes, I do.
Why?
Because this jury needs to hear from me and hear the truth.
Aaron, how old a man are you?
38 years old.
Without a specific address, did you grow up around here?
Yes, I did.
Where?
In Arlington, Texas.
Mom and dad still with us?
Yes.
Do you have any siblings?
I have 5 siblings.
How many brothers, how many sisters?
2 sisters and 3 brothers.
Out of the group, where are you in the pecking order?
Second oldest.
Where did you attend K through 8 or K through high school?
I was homeschooled through high school.
Homeschooled.
By your
Interesting.
mother?
Yes.
Did you go to college at some point?
Yes. University of Texas at Arlington.
A TCU folks like me, we call that UTA.
Yes.
What did you study at UTA?
I have a major in physics and a minor in mechanical engineering.
And he went to the law enforcement. That's interesting.
What's a major in physics?
Bachelor of Science in physics.
Okay. So, what is that? What did you learn? What's physics all about?
Well, physics is the fundamental.
Objection to relevance, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Hey, we just got the left channel, or the right
I
channel.
have a minor in mechanical engineering. Yes.
Prior to joining the Fort Worth Police Department, did you go into a profession that requires you to use your college degree from UTA?
I'm going to object again, Your Honor, to relevance.
Let's just get to what his degree, what he did.
Did you go to work somewhere before you went? Did you start your professional career in something other than law enforcement?
Yes, I was an engineer at a commercial refrigeration plant here in the area.
What year did
It's
you
interesting.
join-
His physics
what
background
age were you
might be
when you started
important.
to apply for the Fort Worth Police Department?
32, 33, right in there.
What's the application process like?
The department sends a request for new officers. You apply, you go through there's a lengthy backgrounds process, there's interviews with detectives in the backgrounds unit, drug tests, all manner of, you go through a polygraph, there's a physical test, we have to run an obstacle course, and there's a lot of steps to this.
Did you get accepted, I assume, at the academy?
Yes, I did.
Do you remember when that academy class that you ran started?
August of 2017.
And how long was your academy class approximately?
About 8 months.
You got to listen to Officer Darch testify last week. Do you recall that?
Yes,
And was Officer Darch in your academy class?
she was.
What Carol explained last week then is similar experience that you had while you were in the academy?
Yes.
Did you have an occasion to learn about police procedures and laws?
Yes.
Did you have weapons training?
Yes.
Are there topics taught during your academy class on police survival?
Yes.
Can you explain that to me?
We call it Officer Survival School. It's a week-long process where we go through scenarios, and in those scenarios, there's someone with a simulated weapon. We use simunitions, which is a small paintball cartridge that goes in a similar firearm to the duty weapon, knives, as other deadly weapons, and you interact with folks, with the role players in these scenarios. Sometimes they're compliant, sometimes not.
Part of your weapons training, you were trained on a particular version of
There will most
the law
likely be a wrongful
that
death suit
Fort Worth ultimately issued you when you were still
against
in
the
officer.
police department
Yes.
and the individual.
There was
regardless of this
testimony
outcome.
last week about the standard issue, and then if you wanted to add any additional approved lights to a Glock, you could do that if it was blessed by the department. Am I understanding that right?
Yes.
Homeschool Police
Did you put the light on
Academy.
after the academy or during the academy?
After graduation.
Did you have to show your proficiency in unholstering the light rail combo with the gun in addition to your normal proficiency you had during the academy with the gun by itself?
Yes, there is light training.
And were you cleared to carry the weapon as it was the night of this offense with a light rail system on it?
Yes.
Was the holster, there was questions last week about your holster, was the holster you had approved by the department to be on your duty belt?
Yes.
Part of your training at the academy, did you receive training on simulated towns or cities or streets or buildings as part of your training?
Yes.
Fort Worth's new training academy has a scenarios that they've adopted from the military to give a realistic feel of what people may be going into. Is that safe to say?
Yes.
And is this where you did the simunition training of shoot, don't shoot during survival week?
Yes.
In addition to the
I've done this training
survival training, did
in what
you
we call a
also
hot
have
house.
training on a regular basis at the academy once you were issued your weapon at the firing range?
Yes.
What sorts of drills did you cover at the firing range?
Fort Worth's range is set up so that there are a number of targets that face you or come edge on, and that's your shoot no shoot signal when it edges or faces. And from various ranges, various distances from those targets, you fire certain numbers of rounds.
What are the ranges that you're required to be?
The courtroom is providing a feed that's unbalanced. We've got noise in the right
Drills
channel.
go everywhere
and
from
the most
1.5
volume in
yards
the left
to
channel
50
for me.
yards.
And you would have to qualify with your Glock that you had that night at those ranges, is that correct?
Yes.
Range is probably a bad word, those distances at the range.
Yes.
During your time at the academy, did you and Officer Darch, did you get to practice some of these drills together when you're in the survival classes or in the other parts of the training where you're acting as a team?
Yes, we were on some scenarios together.
At some point, did you take the final test, both at the state level and for the department, and were you cleared to leave the academy?
Yes.
After graduation, you go immediately, if I understand, right back into an in-service class for a couple weeks?
Yes, that's correct.
And what is that class all about?
The state of Texas requires a continuing education program for peace officers, and it consists of, when you're, excuse me, when you're at that level, it consists of about 40 hours of training.
After that in-service, are you immediately cut to the streets by yourself?
No, there's a field training program.
What's that all about?
For about 5 months, you ride alongside other officers, multiple other officers, and work calls with them, and they grade your performance and critique what you've done and give you tips on how to do things better.
Are you working days, nights, or a combination thereof?
Combination of all of them.
Where did you do your field training at?
This is pretty
with
standard
respect to the
for police
divisions in the
departments.
city?
East Division and Central Division.
During
Some
with
advanced
field-
degrees there, Alias. And now,
Did you have an opportunity to respond to
I don't know why it
different
froze there.
priority levels of calls within the city of Fort Worth?
Yes.
Is it safe to assume that as part of your training at the academy, you learned how to use the mobile data computer that's in the car?
Yes.
Is there an acronym for that?
Yes.
What is it?
MDC.
And were you given training on the radio system at the city of Fort Worth for the police department?
Yes.
The night of October the 12th, you had how many radios available to you?
Hey Zen,
2.
we know she could see that there were
One was in
flashlights
my
being shined
vehicle,
around.
the other was on my
and
duty
you can
belt.
determine where the source is by how the light's shining. So she might have known where he
It
was
was a
located.
Charger.
We'll never know, I
It's a
guess,
car.
really.
What is your understanding of the difference between a priority 1, priority 2, priority 3 call of the city of Fort Worth?
Priority 1 is a very high priority call. Usually someone's in danger. Something's actively going down. Someone's in danger. Priority 2, don't dilly-dally, but you don't have to run code.
Dilly-dally's a technical
Priority
term.
3, we'll take care of that when we can.
What does code mean to you, Mr. Dean?
Code, shorthand for code 3, it means lights and sirens.
You've
He's
heard
super
some
nervous.
extensive talk about general orders in the city of Fort Worth in the last week, have you not?
Yes.
As part of your academy class, are you supposed to memorize every page of the general orders?
No.
What are you supposed to have upon graduation?
A working knowledge of the general orders.
At the time of this incident, you were what is known as TCOL certified to be a Texas peace officer, correct?
Yes.
Much like we heard from the communications call taker, she was TCOL certified for her role, correct?
Yes.
Are those tests in addition to tests the city of Fort Worth gives in Charlotte?
Yes.
Did you take and pass the statewide TCOL certification test to be a peace officer?
I did.
And am I safe to assume that Fort Worth was the only city carrying your commission at the time?
Yes, it was.
Is part of your understanding and working knowledge of the general orders and the communication system in Fort Worth, at the time you went through the academy, signals were still prevalent for how they dispatch stuff, correct?
Yeah. Yes.
Here comes the coughing.
There are different numbers assigned to different types of calls. Is that a safe assumption?
Yes.
You have heard the term Signal 56 in this trial, have you not?
Yes.
What is a Signal 56 to a Fort Worth police officer back in October of 2019?
The Signal 56 is an open structure call.
And what at the time was your understanding for how that call needed to be processed or handled? Priority 1, 2, or 3?
It's a priority 2 call.
We've heard testimony that the city's divided into divisions and then to beats. Is that correct?
Yes.
Do you recall back on the night of October 11th going into the 12th what your beat was?
Yes.
What was it?
Baker 15.
What did Baker 15 roughly entail?
I-35 over to almost 287 on the east side, north to Rosedale and south to Berry.
In addition to a beat designation, did you also, your charger or you yourself, get assigned a call sign for the radio?
Yes.
What are call signs used for?
It's a specific identifier for a specific officer.
Is that how dispatch keeps up with y'all?
Yes.
We have a y'all.
The night of
That makes
October
court official.
11th, when you went on shift, what time was that?
About 7:45 p.m.
Are you the same call sign each and every night?
Yes.
What was your call sign that night?
Baker 325.
Do you remember what Officer Darch's call sign was?
Baker 321.
So though you may be in a beat of, I think it's B15, is that correct?
Yes.
Your call sign doesn't, the numbers don't match up perfectly, do they? Where you have a 3 series for your call sign.
The first number is the shift, so third shift. The second number is the team, second team, and then the last number is the beat number.
What's third shift to the city of Fort Worth back in 2019 when you were employed?
It's roughly 8 to 6. 8 p.m. to 6 a.m.
When you
We'll see you, Katrina.
got
Thanks
to
for being
work
here.
on Friday night, October the 11th, what was the weather like, if you recall?
It was cold.
Had a front come through?
Yes.
From the time you finished your FTO to the night of Friday, October 11th, approximately how long had you been on the streets by yourself at that point, if you had?
A little over a year.
When did you finish your FTO, do you remember?
Yes.
When was that?
September 1st, 2018.
You go to duty that night, do you have, in the military they call it a quartermaster, you have a distinctive uniform on that night, correct?
Yes.
How's it work for the city of Fort Worth? Do you have to buy your uniforms, or are you given your uniforms?
You're given 2 pairs of shirt and pants. There is an approved list then an approved list of vendors. So an approved list of items and an approved list of vendors, and then you have to go purchase after that.
Can I coach with you, Sean?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Dean, I'm going to show you what's been marked and admitted as Defense 28. Is that how you looked on the going to work on the night of October 11th, 2019?
Yes.
The watch cap, is that something that was on the approved list for you to wear that day?
Yes.
And what does the watch cap have on the front of it?
In silver letters, silver lettering, it has the letters FWPD.
Is that an acronym for something?
Yes.
What's that an acronym of?
Fort Worth Police Department.
That gulping sound you hear is actually the judge drinking. He's got that metal mug he keeps drinking out of, and he thinks he's doing it quietly, but his microphone is so sensitive we hear every gulp.
The jurors have had a chance to be in the building the last couple of weeks and see officers. We see officers in public. There's different ways to wear Kevlar at the city of Fort Worth at the sheriff's department. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
By the time you went through the academy, it's pretty much understood you have to wear Kevlar if you're going to be an officer, correct?
Yes.
What are the different ways that you can wear as a patrol officer at Fort Worth Kevlar?
There's a vest that straps on under your uniform shirt, and there's one that goes on over the uniform shirt.
On the night of October 11th, which configuration did you have?
I had the inner vest, the one that goes inside the uniform shirt.
So as Officer Darch testified last week in her Class A uniform, that's a similar type top that you had on that's in that exhibit, is that correct?
That guy, only
Yes,
the
it
officer
is.
fired a single shot in the
You had your
entire
badge,
engagement.
it was your number, your badge number affixed to your front of your pocket on the left-hand side, is that correct?
Yes.
Is there a place where that goes through? Is it stitched into the shirt where you pin it on the same place each time?
Yes.
Hey, Jake, I made you a mod the other day to send a link. I don't think you ever sent the link. I was
Yes.
going to remove you from mod if you didn't mind. Is that cool? I think we got plenty, but I just wanted to make
Yes.
sure you got a chance for the link. I don't even remember what it was. What was the link you were going to send? Do you
That's
know?
how you wore that night, correct?
It is.
The night, October 11th, 2019, going into Saturday morning, early hours Saturday morning, the incident that we're here to talk about in trial, this wasn't the only call for service you had worked that night, correct?
You've been
No.
good, Jake. I'm going to keep you as a mod for now, if that's all right.
How does that
Unless you don't
officer,
want it.
once you put your uniform on,
Oh,
you
you want?
put on
I hate responsibility. I'll take you away.
station,
Thanks.
you go to a station, how's that shift start?
There are options. Officers can put their uniform on at home and come in dressed, or they can dress at the station.
Which did you do that night?
I dressed at the station.
And just roughly, where was your station that night? Where did you go from?
It's at Hemp Hill and Magnolia.
Across from Paris Coffee Shop?
Yes.
Do you, is there a roll call still? Is that, we see it on TV, is there still roll calls at departments?
Yes.
You take a roll call briefing and then what happens?
Then you go out and find a car, and then start your shift. Go take calls.
You find a car.
You have to log into
It's
the
like a
computer?
criminal looking for a
Yes.
car they can get into. Oh, this one's open. I'll take it.
Based on your login that's unique to you, they know where your call sign is for the night.
Yes.
How does an officer such as yourself on patrol on third shift in the central district get calls?
That's what it was, Amber. Thanks for doing
They're
that.
dispatched
Appreciate
over the
that.
radio or through the computer, usually both.
When you're dispatched to a call, do you consider that an order?
Yes.
You're ordered to go take care of something.
Yes.
I laid a second exhibit up there, Aaron, when I went up there. Can you tell me what the defendant number is?
29.
Well, he's going through this stuff that we've pretty much heard from his coworker as well, the other responding officer.
Yes, it
I'm going
is.
to take a screen here and show you a screen grab that we got, I believe, from MB. This is from the body camera footage. Let me just switch over to
Yes.
this right now. There we go.
What was the address?
This is the
of
body
that
camera
dispatch?
footage. A screen grab looking through the
1203
window,
East Allen
and she's
Avenue.
trying to arrow here. There is a green
Do they
glint
tell you
in the frame,
what
and
priority
that little
level
mark
call
in
it
the
is as
in
part
the
of
the
your
picture
dispatch?
is consistent
Or
with
you
what a
see
laser
in
would
your
look like shining through glass.
Yes.
So
And
this
if
is
it- not this one, but
this
if
is
it
about
was,
the right height for
prior to
that
one
laser to
call,
be
that's
about
what gives
chest
you
level to
permission
the
to turn
officer.
your lights and sirens
Now
on,
it's
correct?
very small. It happens
Yes.
very quickly,
The department has
and we're not
procedures for all
positive
that
that that's what it
takes
is. But
Yes.
but in this frame grab that was
Prior to
captured
two,
right at that
You
time,
know there's got to be a second officer.
right
is
before
that
the shooting,
correct?
Yes.
that could be
Do you
what
see
the
who's
officer
gonna
was
be your
seeing when he
assistant
responded and
assigned
shot.
the call, or how do you go about learning that if you do it all before you get there?
There's a couple ways. One will be the dispatcher will call it out over the radio. If they don't assign someone immediately, sometimes another officer calls up and says, so-and-so, I'll go with them. Or it's dispatched directly onto the computer and you can see who's going along with you.
Do you recall this night whether it was the dispatch ordered to, or did somebody volunteer to go with you?
Officer Darch called out, Baker 321, I'll go with him.
So that assigns her to the case, to the call sheet as well, is that correct?
Yes.
When you, did you make it right to the residence?
No.
Who arrived first?
Officer
Keisha-
Darch did.
Keisha, glad you can make it.
Mr.
Don't
Dean,
stress
when
out
you
those
got
IT
there,
guys.
was
They're
Officer
overworked
Darch
already.
in her vehicle still, out of her vehicle, or something else?
She was already out of her vehicle.
And where did you park?
Right behind her on the west side of Mississippi Avenue facing south.
You just told us the call was on a different street.
Yes, the call was at 1203 East Allen. We were parked at the intersection of Allen and Mississippi, just south of Allen Avenue.
Aaron, why did you park there?
Well, I was meeting up for two reasons. One, I was meeting up with Officer Darch, but we also don't want to park directly in front of a call location
Why?
because we don't want to give away our position to a criminal actor who might be on scene. It's for officer safety.
Is there a term or a phrase in Fort Worth, your beat, your sheet?
Yes.
That doesn't equate to your beat, your lead though, does it?
Usually it does.
Darch was already out looking for the address, correct?
She was.
Y'all have worked together before.
We have.
Any issue with that?
Not at all.
Besides, you got the wrong house.
Right.
Did y'all come back to the car, either yours or hers, and figure out what the address should be?
Yes.
From where you're at Mississippi with your cars, because you're parked right next to each other,
Yes.
so you're behind Darch,
Yes.
where do you and Carol walk next?
We walked across the street from the southwest corner of Allen, Mississippi to the northwest corner of that intersection.
Keisha, that isn't answered other than the fact that she
You
was
walk on the
playing games,
sidewalks, or how do you
computer
go
games,
back?
or console
What's your
games,
training tell you for how you move up to a location?
and had been for hours, apparently.
It depends on the situation. In this case, we walked across the sidewalk until we got to about the property line of 1203, and then we cut across the grass.
Why do you cut across the grass instead of making a turn and going up a driveway or a sidewalk if a house has it?
So that a possible criminal actor inside the house isn't seeing us walk straight up to him, up the front door, up the front porch.
When you're walking up to this location that night, are you using your training and experience to get there?
Yes.
Are you using your sensory perception?
Yes.
What are you seeing, what are you hearing as you walk up?
The street was dark. The residents at 1203 East Allen had, I could see the front door open and light spilling out of that front door. So there were lights on inside. I remember it being quiet. I really don't remember hearing much of anything.
As that house on East Allen sits, the front door faces south, correct?
Yes, it does.
You told us earlier that it's cool and the wind's coming from the north, cold front that comes through.
Yes.
Could you hear anything from across the street at all with the wind the way it was blowing?
Not likely.
You've had a chance to look at the photos that have been admitted, and there is a empty field. If you're facing this address, there's an empty field to the right.
Yes.
You've looked at the street light there in the crime scene photos, and it appears out with some wire wound up high on it.
Yes.
Was that light operational that night when you were out there?
No, it was dark when we got there.
When you, Aaron, when you and Carol walk up to the front door, do you stand right in front of the door?
Not if you can help it,
Why?
because for officer safety.
When you look in the front door, the addressable side, the front side of the house,
Yes.
what observations do you make, if any?
I observed that the storm door, the glass door was shut, the inner door was open. Objects were just strewn about inside. I could see kind of straight back to what looked like a dining table, a little bit of living area, and a kitchen. I could see objects just strewn all over the floor. It looked ransacked. It was a mess.
The call details that you have in front of you, I believe one of the lines that the call taker gave dispatch and then ultimately you is that door that you're looking at was never open. Is that correct?
Yes.
What was going through your mind at this point?
That we had a possible burglary at that time.
Did you take steps to record evidence at that point?
Yes, I did.
Explain that to the jury.
Fort Worth police officers are equipped with what's called an Axon Flex 2 camera. It's a body-worn camera. There are several different ways to wear that camera. Some officers get glasses. You can wear it on your shoulder, which is what I did. I had it mounted on my shoulder. And there's a little control pack for it as well. It's a battery and an on-off switch and a record and mute switches. And I carry that on my belt in front of me. So I saw all of these things going on inside and looked down to make sure it was on. It was not, so I flipped it on and started recording.
Aaron, is it a wireless connection from your shoulder to your utility belt?
No,
Is it a cable connection?
it is a cable connection.
So you have a lot of stuff underneath your uniform shirt then. You have a vest plus the wire.
Yes.
I saw a couple cabinets open in one of the pictures.
What do you do next, Aaron?
They showed it in the testimony that we didn't cover last week.
We then
as well.
stepped around to the side door to see more of the house. As I stepped to the side door, I took a quick peek at the car that was sitting there. I didn't see anybody in it. I looked through that side door. First, on the door itself, there was some of the frame looked like on the screen was kind of pulled apart. Looking through the door now, I could see more of the living area and more of the kitchen. And again, there were just items just spilled everywhere. Kitchen cabinets and drawers were open, and items all over the counter. It looked like items had been pulled out. It looked like someone had gone through the cabinets and the drawers looking for valuables to steal.
Based on your training under the general orders, how are you supposed to run a Signal 56?
Well, you're supposed to examine the whole structure for signs of forced entry. So you're going to walk around the structure and look for signs of forced entry.
Tell me about this screen you just mentioned. What do you mean by that it looked like it wasn't intact?
I don't recall noticing much about the screen itself. It's just the frame. It looked like over something around the edge of the frame was just kind of pulled back.
At the base of the door, did you make any other
I think what we have here is just
Yes, I observed a screwdriver
collection of
laying
unfortunate
there and
events.
some lawn equipment.
that led to a very tragic situation.
Why would a screwdriver catch your attention on an open structure call?
It could be an implement of burglary, something to pry a door or a screen off with.
What did you and Carol do next, sir?
We continued on around the house because the procedure says we have to inspect the structure. So we continued on towards the back of the house, towards the backyard.
You've been on the streets for approximately a year by yourself at this time, a little over a year. Is that correct?
Yes,
And you had time under your field training time to be on the streets with other officers, is that correct?
yes,
Prior to the night of October 11th, had you had an occasion to look at what your camera had recorded in the past with you?
yes,
And you know that your camera that you had on that night was capable of recording audio and video, correct?
yes,
That was the judge gulping
Did the
in
camera
the
always
background.
capture what you saw?
no,
Did the camera always record what you spoke or heard?
no,
For the jury's benefit, the picture of you that night, Officer Darch, I believe, testified last week that y'all were wearing a
Thanks, Miss L.
Motorola handheld radio at some point on your belt, correct?
yes,
And am I right that it loops behind you and hooks onto the front of your shirt?
yes,
From that mic that's there in front of you, you could key that with one hand, yes?
yes,
Does it also have an earpiece that goes back to your ear if you so choose to do that?
yes,
So any broadcast or any communication, you're really, if somebody's talking to you and the radio might be talking, you're listening with one ear.
yes,
As you're past the second door at this point, are you and Darch whispering to each other?
yes. She whispered to me,
Why are you whispering? Why aren't we carrying on a conversation at this level?
because we don't want to hear a burglar, a potential burglar, to hear us and attack us.
Do you whisper outside of domestic violence calls when you're standing outside?
Yes.
Why do you do it then?
Two reasons. One, we don't want an actor to attack us. We also don't want someone to hear us and then attack their significant other.
Is there a third reason, maybe to gather intelligence?
Yes.
When you're listening, did you hear anything other than Darch whispering back to you?
That was some leading questioning there.
I heard something knock, bump. At the time, I wasn't sure what it was.
The call details in front of you say there's two vehicles that are in the driveway. Is that your understanding?
Yes.
As a patrol officer, can you just take what you're given for granted and just dismiss the vehicles and focus on the structure itself?
No.
Why not?
Well, we just don't know what's going on there. And, a caller, it's just basic human perception, right? Sometimes we don't always see everything that's going on. Sometimes we make mistakes, but a caller doesn't necessarily know everything that's going on. And they call us out there to go take care of something. And so we need all that information that we can get about what's going on scene in order to make both safe decisions and to make the legal decision, make the proper legal decision.
So how do you have to address those two vehicles in the driveway?
We have to clear them. We have to look inside to see if someone's there.
You don't, when you say clear, you don't open them, do you?
No.
How do you look inside?
Just shine a flashlight inside and see if there's someone in there.
Did you do that in this case?
Yes.
Did you and Carol, did you stay together, or what happens at that point? Where are you, take me through from where you just left the screwdriver in that area? Did you have to step across anything?
Stepped across a weed eater, yes.
You've got to clear these two vehicles, that's the discussion y'all have.
Yes.
That guy, I think you're going to hear his testimony say that he saw the firearm.
One of us goes down one side, the other one goes down the other side.
That's my anticipation, that he'll testify to seeing the gun.
Officer
And not
Darch
only
went
that,
left and I went
testify
right.
that the gun was being raised as he gave the command. I think that's an important indication that we'll hear from him today.
The detached garage at 1203 East Allen.
It is, can you tell the members of the jury, because Darch doesn't have her camera on that night, correct?
Yes, correct. That's correct.
Where was Darch as you guys are clearing the vehicle?
Off to my left.
Charlie,
Did you see her?
I agree. This is a tragic situation.
Yes.
And I honestly, I would not want to be on the jury for this one. This is very tough. We've got someone who's dead who shouldn't be.
What
Right.
was the visibility out there for you that night? You
But I
talked
do
about
think
it being dark and you've seen
that
your
the training and the protocol that he was following,
Yes.
as well as
a
the
little.
information and how it was presented to him, led to this situation as well.
Attached garage, what do you do next there?
It's tragic. I can't fault either one of them right now.
I took a quick
I
look at
would
the
say
garage
that maybe
door.
a
It didn't
more
seem to be-
experienced officer,
nothing- None of that seemed to be
may
broken
not
into.
have fired.
Then I looked towards the left, towards the gate.
But I'm not sure.
Describe the gate for the members of the jury.
It was a standard privacy fence gate, let's say 6-ish feet high, hinged on the left with standard
I love the name.
off-the-shelf
Manigeek.
Home Depot hinges and a latch. Again, it just looked like a run-of-the-mill everyday gate.
Jake, this is all I do. Right here. You're seeing it.
You're at the gate on the latch side then?
Yes,
Officer Darch is on the hinge side.
yes,
Have not done a poll
You
yet
have a
today.
motor vehicle right there, correct?
correct.
We heard last week from Officer Valderas, we don't know exactly how wide the gate is, do we?
No,
Was it tight quarters right there?
yes,
Part of your training in tactics that are taught by the city of Fort Worth is when you're going into an opening with two officers, two or more, is there a crossover technique that's taught at the academy?
It's called cut the pie.
yes.
Can you explain that to the members of the jury?
The person standing on the left side of the opening goes to the right on the inside, and the person standing to the right of the opening goes to the left on the inside.
Because of your position at the gate, you're going left, Darch is going right.
Yes,
I believe this is second-degree murder because he pulled the trigger intentionally, aiming at her. It's not manslaughter for that reason.
Put in your
There was an
investigation
intentional
before you open
trigger
that
pull.
gate?
no, we had not.
When you open the gate, take the members of the jury forward from there.
So I opened that gate with my handheld flashlight, took a quick look to the left, and observed the back of the house with a window and an air conditioning unit to the side. The window was pretty much right up against the fence. Quick look to the right just to make sure there was nobody standing there, and then moved on into the left.
Could you sense or feel that your partner, Carol Darch, was coming in and covering your backside?
Yes,
This is the testimony. This is crucial right here. This is what we want to hear. How he describes
Part of
this
your training.
makes all the difference.
You're responsible for the left-hand side when you go in. What observations are you making at that point?
as I said, there's a window and the air conditioning to the right and the fence immediately to the left. Was looking at the window to see if it appeared, signs of forced entry. The screen appeared intact, but I leaned down to look for like jimmy marks or something like that. And at that point, I also peered inside the window just to see if objects were broken or messed up in there, or if there was someone in there.
You have your gun drawn when you go through the gate?
No, I did not.
You know if Officer Darch did?
I believe she did, yes.
Is there a reason why she had hers drawn and you didn't?
I can only speak for myself. There's training about doing a general area search, and you don't do that with your weapon out. You do it with your handheld flashlight.
So we threw her under the bus there.
Aaron, when you looked into the window, did anything catch your eye?
Yes.
Can you explain that to the jury?
As I looked through that window, low in the window, I observed a person. Couldn't tell black, white, male, female. I saw the torso bent over, horizontal, and could see about this much up on the arm, and then about the same on the leg, just the upper leg to the hip. And the upper arms, I could tell there was movement, like the upper arms were moving, like someone was reaching for something or grasping.
Did this torso, this silhouette, is it okay to use silhouette?
Silhouette, yes.
Were they near the window or away from the window based on what you could see at the time?
Very close to the window.
She's already testified.
You've seen your video.
Yes.
Are you able to see into the room where the camera cannot?
Yes.
When you see this silhouette of the torso, would you say it is an adult torso or a juvenile torso?
It was an adult torso.
Aaron, when you see that adult torso at the window, what do you do?
Well, I thought we had a burglar, so I stepped back, straightened up, and drew my weapon, and then pointed it towards the figure. I couldn't see that person's hands, and we're taught that the hands, and it's what's in them that kill. We need to see the hands. We need to get people to show us our hands and get control of those hands. So I drew my weapon, intending to tell that person to show me their hands.
In your training at the academy and your training at the Fort Worth Range, you've gone through a lot of drills to develop what they would call muscle memory. Is that safe to say for officer survival?
Yes.
Is that part of the training curriculum?
Yes.
Why is muscle memory and repetitive action, especially when you're dealing with a level 3 holster, so important to an officer's survival?
Because of the holster safety features that have to be deactivated, and also because police work by its nature is reactive. In other words, we're always responding to something, and we're taught that action always beats reaction, so we often end up behind whatever someone else is doing.
Debbie, this is
At this point,
the defendant,
you
yes.
unholstered your weapon, is that correct?
Yes.
Is there a point or a series of frames on your video where the video just goes dark at this point?
Yes.
Why did the video just go dark if you know? Where did your light source go?
I think my thumb came off of my switch on my handheld light because I had it in the momentary position, and that was before I got my weapon light on.
Back to that muscle memory, is there a sequence that you're taught on how to unholster that weapon and turn the rail light system on that's approved?
Yes.
Can you explain that to the members of the jury?
You're supposed to turn that weapon mounted light on with your offhand.
You just demonstrated some stuff in the courtroom. Would it be easier to show the members of the jury?
Probably, yes.
May I approach her?
Yes, sir.
And this is interesting. Oftentimes you'll have the prosecutor who tries to get the actual weapon that was used in the hands of the defendant so that the jury can visualize that individual
You can stand.
doing something. Okay, so he's just using a flashlight.
I've just handed you a flashlight. It's a stream light, is that correct?
Yes.
And is that your stream light?
Yes, it is.
And is that a rechargeable light that officers are allowed to carry?
Yes.
Now, does that stream light have several different buttons on it?
Yes.
It has two, does it not?
It has one.
Okay. Yours is only on in the back?
Yes.
That button has a couple of different functions in, is that correct?
Yes, it does.
What do you mean by
These lights are
momentary on?
incredibly
You know
bright,
that you're
as we're going to see here in just a minute.
Energize it, point it toward the judge's smartboard.
Yeah.
What do you
Momenta-
mean by momentary on?
Momentary means you slightly depress it and it only comes on for a moment. If you let the pressure off, it comes off. It turns off.
And is there a way to click it and turn it all the way on?
Yes.
Okay. When you were going around,
Good ASMR there.
jury looks at the exhibit again, the video, when you shine your light on and off, that's you toggling the back of that light with your left hand?
Yes.
You mentioned an offhand. Is there a primary hand for your firearm at the academy?
Yes.
Are you right-handed or left-handed?
I'm right-handed.
So that would be your firearm hand, your right hand, correct?
Yes.
So your offhand would be the one that your stream light that you just showed the jury against the judge's smartboard?
Yes.
And how are you taught to turn on the light system? If it were on my rubber gun here, how are you taught to turn on the light system here?
To use this hand to do it.
So if I have this, and if I have your flashlight in my left hand, how am I supposed to, what are you supposed to do? If the flashlight's not in my hand, is there a switch on your rail light?
Yes.
Is it like a flapper switch that comes down?
Yes.
Is it on both sides?
Yes, it is.
Were you able to turn it on the left-hand side?
I was not.
How did you turn on your light's on from the video. How did you turn it on?
Once I realized I wasn't able to get it on with my offhand, I reached up with my trigger finger and flipped it on.
Explain that to me.
Well, since it rocks on both sides, I came up, was trying to get it on, it wouldn't come on, and so I just reached up. I keep my trigger finger off the trigger until I'm ready to shoot anyway, so it would have been up on the frame of the weapon, and then just reached and flipped that light switch on.
When both the lights came on, were you able to see more depth of field inside that room?
Depth of field meaning into the room? No, I really only saw it up close. I really didn't see much back in the room.
Did the silhouette to you, Aaron, in your eyes take up most of the window?
Yes.
We're having some YouTube issues. It's not liking how much data I'm sending them right now. Should go away briefly.
You've taken a step back. You've unholstered your weapon. What are you doing at this point?
Well, as I said, I needed to see that person's hands, because the hands carry weapons. The hands are the threat to us. So I looked back after I got my light on, saw the silhouette again, and I was shouting at this time, shouting commands. Put up your hands. Show me your hands. Show me your hands. And as I started to get that second phrase out, show me your hands, I saw the silhouette. I was looking right down the barrel of a gun. And when I saw the barrel of that gun pointed at me, and I fired a single shot from my duty weapon, and immediately had the flash from the muzzle reflecting off the window, and of course, as my weapon recoiled, the light was bouncing back in my face, so I couldn't see. When my vision cleared, then I observed the person that we now know as Miss Jefferson. I heard her scream and saw her fall like this. And I knew that I'd shot that person.
Aaron, when you first picked up this firearm pointed at you, how close to the window were you?
Picked up, you mean saw?
Yes, sir.
Visually picked up. Very close. Not any more than arm's length.
This may be an obvious question, but I need to ask you. You see the weapon. Is it in the silhouette's hand? What do you see?
I just saw the silhouette of the person and the gun. I don't recall seeing hands, but I did see that weapon pointed at me.
You're not saying the gun's on the floor?
No, the gun was pointed directly at me.
And about how high up on the silhouette was the gun in your mind when you're looking at this?
Maybe mid-chest, I'm not sure.
You have your city-issued firearm out at this point. Is that true?
Yes.
You're given or in the process of giving commands. Why didn't you let the commands finish out?
Because we're taught to meet deadly force with deadly force. We're not taught that we have to wait. Anytime we have a threat of deadly force, we can use deadly force to defend ourselves or someone else from that threat of deadly force.
Where's Carol at this point when you discharge your weapon?
She was directly behind me.
What happened next in your mind, Aaron?
I heard Officer Darch call out, "Shots fired," just like you're supposed to. And I started to call out as well. Baker 325, shots fired, shots fired. Started supervisor and in MedStar code. I wanted medical attention there immediately. I turned to run around to start giving medical aid and get inside this house. And I thought, wait a second, I still don't know. All I've seen is a person. I don't know anything else about what's going on in that room. So I ran back up to the window to see if I could see anything else. I observed the person, obviously we now know it's Miss Jefferson, laying face down on the floor. And I really couldn't see anything else in the room. And Officer Darch said, "We got to get in there, we got to get in there." And I said, "Yeah." And I tried to even jerk at the window just to get right inside. But it wouldn't come up. So we started running around the house, through the gate and around.
Aaron, when you get back to the front door that's never open, is that the door you go in?
Yes.
At this point, at the academy, when you're at the range, are you wearing ear protection?
Yes.
Discharge of the weapon is a loud event, would you agree?
Yes.
When you're under a lot of stress, there's what's called auditory exclusion as well.
Yes.
And you're trained on that at the academy, correct?
We are.
That's hard to simulate at the academy, would you agree?
It is.
And did you make any observations about yourself at that point? Did you hear what's going on around you?
I could hear people on the radio in my ear, but I don't remember hearing anything else.
Hey guys, I'm okay with differing viewpoints in here as long as we're civil.
And Aaron, you and Carol have to still clear that house because you don't know what you have, correct?
Yes.
Is your investigation complete at that point?
No, it's not.
What do you do next, Aaron?
Well, at the gate, I asked her if she had one of the tech med bags. She said she didn't, so I started making plans to find objects in the room to start rendering emergency aid until MedStar got there. And at that point, the radio's just blowing up, and they're asking me questions, and people are saying they're coming, and I'm trying to respond, and we get to the door, and dispatch asked me some other question, and I started to try to respond, and I was like, forget it, we got to go. We got to get inside this house and see what else is going on there, and render aid to this person. So we get inside and let the radio go, and we start shouting commands and fast clearing, which is just looking just as fast as we can, but safely moving through and observing into each of the rooms and the halls and everything, just to see if there's somebody there. And we got to that back bedroom. And as we moved through the house, all of the rooms, they were all a mess. Everything was a mess in that house. Just objects everywhere. Objects
sorry about that.
All over the floor,
Baron.
all over the furniture. It was just, it looked trash. It looked
Charlie,
like somebody
thanks for
just
bringing that to my
gone through
my
everything.
information. Jake, thanks for taking action on that.
And I get
didn't
to the
realize
back
that was a
bedroom.
derogatory slang term. Let's not use that here.
And off to my right,
Charlie, I appreciate the heads up on that one.
I see the kid. Of course, it's, we know it's Zion. And I'm thinking, who brings a kid to a burglary? What is going on? I see a dog. And at that point, I was just like, never mind. Forget what else. You got Darce. Just shut up and work. Shut up and work. Get the weapon. Render aid to her. Get the weapon. Render aid to the person. And I remember going over to the person laying on the floor and saw the weapon between her feet. And I remember putting my gloves on and then picking up the weapon. And at this point, I could hear Officer Darp saying something to Zion. Of course, we now know from the video, he says, I don't want to go to jail. And she tells him, don't worry, you're not going to jail. Of course, I'm sorry, I'm getting ahead of myself, Judge. I didn't actually hear all that at the time. Just processing everything.
And there was talk last week when Carol was here testifying that she had an attorney named Terry Daffron. You know Terry.
Yes.
And as part of your training at the academy, Ms. Daffron came and lectured y'all.
Yes.
As part of the faculty that came and taught you.
Yes.
And she gave recommendations for how to handle and not handle evidence in a scene, correct?
Correct.
She told you not to touch anything.
Correct.
Your instructors are the final word, though, on your training, correct?
They are.
In your survival week training, did you get yelled at for not removing the weapon from a suspect that was down?
I did.
That have a lasting impression on you of what you're supposed to do for officer safety?
Yes, it did.
What are you trained to do to get weapons away from anyone?
Just to move that weapon away from the person, from any person,
Prior to doing anything else?
prior to doing anything else.
You locate this weapon. Is it a firearm?
Yes.
You locate it near Miss Jefferson's feet.
Yes.
And I believe you, what do you do with it at that point?
I picked it up just to move it away from her, and as I picked it up, I saw a green laser tracing across the white wall. And
Is that your concern at that point, though?
no, I'm just getting it away from that person.
You know from what's blowing up in your ear, because we can't hear the radio traffic as it sits on your body-worn camera, that the cavalry is coming behind you.
Yes.
What precautions, how are you trained to render first aid? You're not a paramedic, correct?
Correct.
Are you a basic EMT?
No.
What sort of first aid have you had in the academy?
CPR and then bleed stoppage on bullet wounds and knife wounds.
There's discussion on the video, your video,
Mhm.
about a trauma kit. Is that, am I using the proper term?
Yes.
A week or so prior to October 11th, did your trauma kit come up missing in your patrol vehicle in the shift?
Yes.
Did you put a request in for a new one?
Yes, that Monday I had sent an email request, so this was Friday, but that Monday,
Why
yes.
does, why does so
I
much
sent a
gear go
replacement
missing
request.
from the Fort Worth Police Department?
Having watched your video, the two officers that come in behind you that have a little bit more advanced training, they have one of the kits with them, correct?
Yes.
How is time in your perception at this point?
Things are unfolding very, very rapidly.
Why do you put gloves on?
Officer safety, it's protection from, any pathogens or anything like that.
Is that how you're trained at the academy to handle fluids?
Yes, it is.
And you know that you shot this lady,
Yes.
and you've done a visual exam, and you know she's gravely wounded.
Yes.
At the time that you're in the room, when you enter the room, what is the lighting condition inside the room, other than your flashlight?
There was a pair of computer monitors on a desk to the left, and then there's a television up on a shelf of some sort to the right.
Lighting for the room only comes on when the additional units come in, is that correct?
Correct.
Is part of your training at the academy, officers that are involved inside the critical incident themselves are usually...
A toxic, she was shot in the chest and the bullet pierced her heart.
Yes.
There was a 0% chance of survival, even with immediate aid.
You're told to politely move out of the way. They're very frank with you. You recall that?
Yes.
And they get on to tending to Miss Jefferson.
Yes.
At that point, you're the one with knowledge of the weapon found at Miss Jefferson's feet, correct?
Yes.
Had you rendered that weapon safe yet?
No, not yet.
What does it mean to render a weapon safe?
To remove any ammunition from that weapon. So on a semi-automatic pistol such as that, you're going to remove the magazine and remove any live rounds in the chamber.
You were proficient on October 11th into the 12th on how a semi-automatic handgun worked, correct?
Yes.
Were you able to make any observations as to the
This is the judge.
cartridge
Gulp, gulp,
setup
gulp.
on that gun that was at Miss Jefferson's feet?
Yes, it had a magazine inserted into the magazine well, and it had one round in the chamber.
And were you able to clear that round from the chamber?
Yes.
The state last week offered some exhibits of the gun as is, I believe, by the front door. You didn't place the gun at the front door, did you?
No.
On video, do you recall seeing you hand the gun, the magazine, and a live round to another officer?
Yes.
Do you recall that officer's name?
Officer Gilbert.
When you're in the room where Miss Jefferson and Mr. Carr were,
Okay, we're having buffering issues.
you're observed on your body worn
See if we can fix it here.
trying to deactivate a laser system on the weapon. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Though Streamlight made your light system, and they made her light system, they activate differently, correct?
Yes.
If I understand, where yours has a paddle, hers had buttons on either side. Do you recall that?
Some sort of a button switch, yes.
Were you able ultimately to get the laser off that night?
Yes, I fiddled around with it till I found the switch and turned it off.
Are you had a sergeant that night for your.
Hey, Bella, the laser's not
Yes.
That's
connected to whether or not
Yes.
the gun shoots. It's just a projected light for when you do shoot it. It gives
No.
you an indication of where the bullet will travel to. It can be turned on and off independently without firing the gun.
What's that all about?
That's for two reasons. One, it's preservation of evidence. You sit in a car and you don't talk to anybody. You're put with another officer for your mental care. It's a traumatic event, shooting someone, and over the years, departments across the U.S. have discovered that it's a better practice not to just shut an officer alone in a car. So they put someone with them, and
Charlie,
you talk
you're right.
about sports, you talk about food, you talk about your family, you talk about anything and everything but the incident.
He'd never testified to seeing the laser while he was outside.
You're there at the scene in this car with this brother for a long period of time.
Yes,
Who was the officer?
Officer Fuller.
Chief Krause came out, talked to you, asked you how you're doing.
Yes,
Other command staff came out and checked on you.
yes,
At some point, are you directed, and Officer Fuller drive you to 1000 Calvert, the old training academy,
yes,
just over here on the other side of the river?
yes,
Is that where Major Case is?
yes,
Prior to getting to Major Case, had a lieutenant from your patrol division taken your particular camera from you?
yes.
Can you explain that to the members of the jury?
Lieutenant Halford came and got my body camera, just the camera unit itself that unplugs from the cable, and that he took it back to the sector to put it on the dock, which is both the battery charging unit and the data streaming unit, and he wanted to get that data captured right away. He wanted that video uploaded right away.
So if in an audit trail it shows where it was uploaded, that's how it came to be uploaded at that particular time in date?
Yes,
The camera that you're wearing in the picture then, that's before you in evidence,
yes.
is that your camera or one that's identical to yours in the photo?
It's an identical one from another officer.
The pictures to reflect how you looked when you were there at the scene, correct?
Yes,
When, is it Detective Roloff, did he take your weapon that's now in evidence from you that night? Or was he present?
I don't recall if it was Detective Roloff or if it was Officer Dumick, the crime scene officer. I don't recall now.
Were you issued another weapon that night?
Yes,
Aaron, when you look at the scene itself and you look at the window, I want to take you back there for a second if you're okay with that. When you look at the weapon in the window, the silhouette, could you tell if it were, and you may have already answered this, a male or a female, or you didn't know?
I didn't know.
You didn't know if it was a male or a female. Could you tell if it was what race or skin tone the individual had?
No.
No, the laser pointer only gives us the indication of where the gun was pointed at the time. So when he says he was looking right down the barrel of the gun,
In your vision, from what
we
you
can
recall
determine
that
where the
night,
gun was
what
pointed
is
from the laser, if that's able to be
how close was
ascertained.
the firearm to you on the inside of the glass?
Very close to the window.
Baron, no.
6 feet, 2 feet?
We rarely see that, even with adults.
A foot or less.
With children, even less so. They're expected to not remember it the same over time. They may have heard the story several times by people they know and trust, and have sort of adopted that story in their head. So I would not expect that. Now, if there's evidence of someone coaching him and interfering, there's a possibility there of a charge being against that person. But I don't think we'd see anything against that.
On the 12th, you go on administrative leave because you've been involved in a shooting, correct?
Yes.
When you took your uniform off on the 12th, you understand that was the last time you were going to be a peace officer anywhere in this United States, correct?
Yes.
Thank you, Your Honor. Pass the witness.
Let's take our morning break before we do cross-examination. You'll retire to your jury room. We'll call you back out in just a few minutes.
Judge has been gulping water constantly. That the mic we hear in our right ear is the judge's mic, and every time he takes a drink, we hear it. But Judge obviously needs a break because he's gone through a couple mugs of water. Yeah. What do you guys think so far? What's a couple of you say the testimony seems genuine. I will say that whether or not it's right, I think is not going to be as pertinent to the issue as. I mean, there was a wrong, right? There was a wrong here, but it necessarily wasn't wholly at the hands of Aaron Dean. So much of what he did, testified to, and has showed up on the cameras is following what he was trained to do, and there may be a problem with the training, with the protocol, but that split-second decision, I believe. It will be very difficult for the prosecution to overcome that within the minds of the jury and say, yeah, he shouldn't have to make that, because officers do have to make this second decision, every day in all sorts of scenarios. And his time to make that decision was very brief, and he made a decision that, arguably was wrong, but at the same time, somebody else had said, had he not made that decision, would she have? We know that now. We know her gun was loaded, had one in the chamber, and was pointed at him. Was it a situation where the first person to make the mistake loses situation? And that's why I say it's tragic, and I'm glad I'm not on the jury. Let's see. Mother of a sheriff, says Bella. Pray a lot. He's never killed anyone in 18 years, but has some awful incidents. So, AJ, I missed what came right before this. Basically, he's saying that he never wanted to be involved in a shooting. That wasn't something he wanted. And as soon as he was, he knew that being a police officer was not for him. Is that basically what he's saying? Yeah, Baron, no personal attacks. Let's keep it clean in here, man. This is a friendly place, Baron. I'd like you to be here. I know you have some opinions that are strong and maybe different than a lot of the people here, and that's okay. I would rather have that here than not. I don't want a channel that's just an echo chamber, but at the same time, we need to present those opinions in a civil way. And if we do run up against somebody that has the opposite opinion of us, that we're not going to convince, and they're not going to convince us. If they're really, if they get on your nerves too much, I'd ask you to ban them individually on your side, or hide their chat so that it doesn't bother you. If it gets bad, we'll invite them to watch on another channel. But I'd rather you're here and share your opinions if we can do it in a civil way. Ed says, recovery addict, do you know if a police union or sheriff's office pays for his defense? Ed, I think he probably does. In their union dues, they pay up front for services like that. That's why they have a lawyer that shows up at the crime scene. Their cleat attorney, as they said. That's why they have that. That's a benefit that's provided out of their dues that they pay, and I believe they are union members down there. recovery addicts, way too many little factors came into play: experience, perceptions, timing, all coming together from both sides, right? And it was a bad scenario. I mean, the police officers, obviously, when they show up at the house, they're looking at this from their vantage point, from their experience. And they say this is a possible burglary, because that's what they're trained to respond as. This is a possible burglary with these open doors late at night. When it's cold outside, that doesn't, like, it's not normal. It's not right. The neighbors have said the house door is never open. They're concerned about it. They show up. They just glance in. It is a mess. It's just a messy house. We learned that after the fact, that it's a very messy house. But the officers see that as a confirmation of their concern that this might be a burglary in process. So they go about, they see wear and tear on a screen door that they say that could be the sign of forced entry that we're looking for. So everything they're seeing is building to the point of, we think we have a burglar in here. But really none of that is illegal. None of that is wrong. I mean, as a parent, we have a messy house all the time. We've got 6 kids that love to play with toys and hate putting them away. And, it's tough. All the channels just lost their feed out of Texas. Every news station, even Law and Crime feed just dropped. That's interesting. Okay, hopefully they're fixing stuff with the audio when it comes back. Let's see. Yeah, my stream's running good, but theirs is down. Hopefully they get it fixed before the break is over. KSAT's having issues. Or not, sorry, not KSAT. Law and Crime's having issues. They've gone to a splash screen. I think it's wrong for them to assume that. Randy, I know you have to look at it from their perspective a little bit. I mean, because the law does require the jury to do that, to basically say, what did the officer know at that time, and what information was available to him, what was he told, what was he provided, what did he observe, and go from there. NBC5 out of Texas is having issues. Everything's down. Is there a weather event going on in Texas right now? Weather watch? What's happening? No storms here in Texas right now. That's bizarre to have all the feeds go down. We're taking just a filler video, a splash screen right now. So no video from the courtroom is available right now on any channel. Yeah, and Mac, you're right. The homeowner, Atatiana, inside is, from her vantage point, all she's doing is having fun. She's playing a game that she loves to play. She's, her nephew's over, living with them. She's taking care of him while grandma's in the hospital. They had dinner. They burned dinner that night and left the doors open, and then they played probably for 6 hours. And that seems like a lot. It seems like a ton to play for 6 hours. But as a former gaming addicted individual myself, yes, you can play for a long time, and it seems like it was a very short while. So it sounds like that they burned dinner, ate something, went back to gaming, and were gaming through the night. Or she was. He may have slept or woken up. There's differing testimony about that. But it's a little crazy. But yeah, she was perfectly in the right to do most of what she did. You have to realize she's not a trained police officer in how she responds. She does feel like there's a threat outside in her backyard, like on her property. Is trying to protect Zion. And she says to Zion, apparently, that might just have been a raccoon, but she's still worried because she goes to the window where the purse is and gets her gun. And as she's bringing that gun up and looking, she sees the lights out there. Man, now the internet's having trouble here on my end. Is everybody buffering? It says the problems I'm having is reverse of what you'd think. My encoder is sending data faster than real time. That means I'm sending multiple seconds of video each second. No weather alerts. There wasn't a threat to Zion. Not a direct threat. She was worried there was somebody outside It was a high crime neighborhood. We know that, Baron. So it's it's just a bunch of bad situations that led to this scenario where there was like a no-win. Really, and it's possible that a different decision could have been made, or maybe even should have been made, that wouldn't have ended in loss of life. But yeah, buffering and I'm blurry. Let's see if we can fix that here. I'm going to stop this one, and I'm going to stop one more. I'm going to stop Law and Crimes feed that I'm just having in the background here. Okay. Let's see if that improves things just a little bit. Cut down on the bandwidth use just a little bit. I'm watching the return that you guys are seeing here just for a minute. Still not crisp and clean like I would like it, but we're getting closer. We're having first world problems, 100%. My data rate is good, which makes me wonder if it's on the YouTube side that the import is having issues. I'm not seeing the quality that I'd like in my stream, even though it says my connection is excellent. I'm putting out about 5 megabits per second for those of you who are into the tech side. Barron says, you're legally compelled to identify a target before pointing your firearm or even brandishing it in New York. Yeah, and every state's different. So what's normal for us, we're in the state we live, might be very different for another state. We are in Texas. Texas does treat guns especially significantly different than New York does. The laws are very different. But buffering's all finished here, fine here. That's good to know. Is it cleared up? Because it still looks blurry on my own stream, my own feedback. Seems to me first action would have been to shut the doors. Right. Kimberly, I think I would agree. I don't know. Her doors should not have been open at 2:30 in the morning. Granted, there was smoke in the house. That was 6 hours earlier, roughly, according to Zion's testimony. I don't know why they were left open that long. If you're worried about crime and things, why not shut those doors? I don't know. We don't know what she was thinking at that point. And maybe Zion's time frame was off. Maybe they made the burgers late at night and it was still smoky or something. Could have been. Just bang the modem, works every time, says sometimes Alias. That's the fix. I think Toxic Orchid is in charge right now, actually. And she laid down to get a little bit of a rest, and now this happened. So if you could fix that, Toxic, that'd be great. Crystal clear on your end. Okay, I think it's just my side has not updated the quality of the stream. I'll just assume it's good unless you tell me otherwise. Georgia says, I found you when I was scrolling about YouTube and your cool music intro stopped me. And then to my surprise, yay, true crime. Hey, best of both worlds. We can do some more music if you want, as we wait for the judge and the feed to come back from Texas. I've got this one. I think I can play it without getting a copyright strike. I was wondering, I was going to use this for the intros when we do a police chase. Just because it's a little more upbeat and fun, and we like police chases. But it's just a short intro to get everyone pumped up and going. It goes a little bit longer. It's a couple minutes long, I think. But I've left my garage door open and gone to bed. Jake, I've done the same thing, and I've had police officers stop in my neighborhood and knock on the door and say, "Hey, just FYI, your garage door's open." And that in that scenario, they clearly identified themselves. They probably looked in the garage first and could tell that no one was stealing anything. But Jake, you dodged a bullet, says Baron. Yeah. My friend just called from Idaho. Deal has CC. if you conceal and carry. So driver's license has CC on it if you conceal and carry. So they combine into a single license, Bella? Is that what you're saying? So you don't have a separate concealed carry license. It's just like a rider on your driver's license. Maybe you're saying something else. Let me know. Barron says, I had a plainclothes detective walked into my yard unannounced. I addressed him with my gun in my waistband, concealed. Nobody got shot. I've confronted people in my yard with a firearm, not at point blank, but I showed up on my property, and they were also on my property, and it was clear that I had a firearm. My only concern about refreshing this is my stream monitoring feed. Let me see if this works. I'll give it a try here really quickly. I think it's working. Yeah, it's a little bit better. Greg, that worked. Thanks for the tip. I appreciate that. I live in the country with no neighbors, plus I'm heavily armed and have mean dogs. You know, all those things add up to a great defense. Don't make me bust a move in my computer chair. Okay, so we still have nothing. Fox 4 out of Texas is not giving us any feed. I'm not seeing anything on Law and Crime either. Let me just refresh that one to see if anybody has an up-to-date stream going, and no. It's like the judge suddenly ordered the trial closed. You know. So WFAA also has just have talking heads. They don't have a feed either. Nanageek says her page is perfect. Well, that's good. That's all we need then. Debbie says the police officer is believable. I thought he would be. I really think he did. He came across as maybe prepared, but I think there were times that he could have answered quicker and it would have looked better in some instances. But I don't think he said anything wrong that would make him look like he was a trigger happy cop. So possibly the jury believes him, and really he only needs one to believe him. But I think what's going to happen actually is that the law is written in this scenario to give the police officer the benefit of the doubt when it comes down to that split second decision, and all those elements are there. I think we'll see what someone mentioned already as that a not guilty verdict come back in this case, and then we'll probably see a large civil suit where the police department as well as the officers named, and probably a settlement in that case. So that's just looking into the future, guessing at what's going to happen. TW says I refreshed my coffee and it tastes great. Glad it's good. I was asking her about all the Home Depot robberies. She said not a problem there. Most CC in her Idaho area. Yeah, Idaho has a high number of concealed carry individuals. Utah has changed their law to allow constitutional carry, which basically means if you are legally able to own a pistol, a handgun, you can constitutionally carry that pistol. Now, there are still restrictions on where you can carry it. You couldn't walk into a post office with it, for instance, a federal building, a restricted area like a court or in parts of police stations and things like that. Remarkably, for some of you, schools are not on that list. Schools are not restricted areas. So teachers, it's my understanding in Utah, are allowed to carry a concealed weapon with them while they're at school. Vain Brain says, Recover Addict, I know of more cases where the nosy neighbor is the root cause of a tragic event. Yet in this one, we've heard a little bit about that nosy neighbor, and it seems like he was described as the mayor of that street type thing. He owns a lot of the property. He has a significant interest in the area. I'm not sure if his nosiness was to cause problems or to prevent problems, but who's up at 2:30 in the morning, look at your neighbor's house, sitting out on the porch, watching the cops show up to see what goes down? That part seemed weird to me. And possibly if they knew the door was open for hours, right? They'd seen it before and it was still open. If they're that close of neighbors and he's the mayor of the street, why didn't he go over and knock on the door and say, hey, is everything all right? Door's been open for an hour. You know, would that have just fixed the whole problem? Or is the neighborhood so bad that you don't knock on your neighbor's door and say hi? Charlie says, somebody please explain how someone in your yard at 2:30 a.m. isn't a threat. This case alone proves otherwise. She's dead. I would say potential threat, Charlie, but the threat has to be, there has to be something that's threatening, right? In this case, the gun was threatening. So seeing somebody outside the window with a gun, if that's what she saw, that would be considered a threat. It would be concerning to me. Like if I heard noises in my backyard before I went out and inspected it, I would also get my firearm, but I wouldn't come around the corner with the gun raised to see what I can see, because 9 times out of 10, it's not what you think it is. In our minds, we always go to worst case scenario, right? We think everything's, the sky is falling type situation, and usually it's like, no, that was just an acorn, But yeah, I would be concerned about something that happened in my yard at 2:30 a.m. But I wouldn't necessarily see it as a direct threat. Rajesh, good morning. Good to have you here. Chat and lawn crime are nasty. 60% says guilty on their poll. Vile remarks in their chat. I'm fine with people feeling that he's guilty or not guilty. That's okay. We are a court of public opinion here, and oftentimes we might have a little insight into what the jury would think by polling our own people. As a matter of fact, let me see if I can make a poll here now. Let's start a quick poll. I'm basically going to ask if you're the jury member, which one you're going to go with. So I'm saying Aaron Dean verdict, guilty or not guilty. I'm leaving hung jury off here because hung jury would result from somebody saying guilty or not guilty. So go ahead and vote in that. We'll see what our side thinks as well. It's probably going to be probably similar, I think. Definitely going to be split. I don't see us all one-sided. Charlie Peterson says, so whoever pulls the trigger first is justified if they both have guns in their hand. Charlie, I think I wouldn't say justified, but the person who shot first loses, right? In this scenario, just the way these events unfold, it gets to this point where she's not doing anything wrong, investigating what this noise is in her backyard on her property, and the officer isn't doing anything wrong, investigating this potential, an open door or potential burglary situation, and they meet together at this moment where they both are ready to lead, and the first person who blinks loses. And I think the officer blinked first. I think he possibly could have waited more. That he could have, but I mean, the gun was pointed directly at him, and his training is to eliminate the threat, and so I can't say stare down the barrel of a gun and don't do anything. I don't know if I could do that same thing in that scenario, but most of us have a neighbor like that, says Greg. We might have some footage here. Let's see. Looks like they're coming back in. Just getting audio right now.
Both sides ready for the jury?
State's ready.
All right, let's go.
I'm not sure why the camera's cut out that long. I'm turning off all my my fallback, my safety feeds right now, just to maximize the bandwidth for this one channel. Hopefully we won't have any buffering as a result. A little bit of a hot mic right here, but what's the judge have in his mouth? Oh, it's a pen. I thought he had like a big cigar. I'm like, wow, they do things differently in Texas. But Melody, I saw that at Walmart. Even though Walmart has come out and said don't carry guns in our store, in North Carolina they don't enforce that, and it's common to see customers walk in. You know, big old guys, big beards, clearly not an officer.
Everyone may be seated.
But carrying a firearm.
Mr. Smith, cross-examination.
Yes, Your Honor, thank you. Your Honor, at this time, I ask the witness step down into the well for demonstration.
Mr. Dean, just follow Mr. Smith's
Okay, so they're gonna-
instructions, okay?
They're going to have him
Talk a lot
probably
about where
demonstrate.
Atatiana Jefferson was when you called her the silhouette. I want you to demonstrate to the jury what exactly you saw through the window, what position the silhouette was in.
If the rail's the windowsill.
How about I'm you? Face me like I'm you, and you're the silhouette.
This is an interesting tactic.
Like this.
She had her left shoulder towards you,
Yes.
and where did you see the gun?
Somewhere here after she stood up.
Okay. So she started off bent over, and for the record, you were bent over with your left shoulder toward me, bent at the waist, almost in a 90-degree position. Is that an accurate description?
Yes.
Okay, and so at what point did she come up into a more raised position?
Somewhere in the time that I was drawing my gun.
Okay, and then when she raised up, when she got up in a raised position, in what position was she in front of?
I'm not entirely sure. I saw the upper part of her body upright.
Do you know if she was bent over?
I'm not sure.
Where was the gun in her hands?
Somewhere here.
And you just kind of put your hands together in front of your chest. Are you saying she had her gun all the way up in front of her chest like that?
I never actually saw her hands.
You never saw her hands. All you saw was a gun.
I saw the gun.
And where was the barrel of the gun in reference to the silhouette? Again.
If the silhouette's here, somewhere in the middle.
Under her chin?
Under her chin, yes.
Was it extended out?
I'm not sure.
You couldn't even tell us if she had the gun extended out pointed at you?
No, I couldn't.
You couldn't tell if the gun was up in a raised position, ready to fire?
It was pointed at me.
You couldn't tell if it was up in a raised position, ready to fire?
No.
Wow.
How long was she in this upright position before you pulled the trigger?
Not very long.
This is good cross.
As soon as you saw the barrel of that gun, you decided to pull your own trigger?
Yes.
You decided to shoot her once you saw the barrel of the gun?
Yes.
Once you saw the barrel of the gun, you decided to pull the trigger and take who was on the other side of that window's life?
Yes.
You sit down.
This is very interesting testimony from him that he responded that way. I would have thought he said I didn't decide to take their life. I would have decided to eliminate the threat.
And you saw Zion. Who brings a kid to a burglary? Is that correct?
Yes.
Because in your mind, this burglary was still ongoing. Is that correct?
Yes.
And after you pulled the gun, after you pulled the trigger of your gun, this burglary was still ongoing. Correct? In your mind.
I didn't know.
Well, you just said you thought that this was still an ongoing emergency, correct?
Yes.
And that there could be dangerous people inside, correct?
Yes.
And that you and or Officer Darts could still be in trouble, correct?
Yes.
Did you push Darts out of the way of that window after you fired?
No, she was behind me.
Did you step out of the way of the window after you fired?
Not that I recall.
I mean, that's a fatal funnel, isn't it?
Yes.
What is a fatal funnel? What have you been trained about fatal funnels?
A fatal funnel is a doorway or window. It's just a narrow area that is difficult to move in or out of, and you can be injured or shot there.
I mean,
Yes, you
according
can.
to you still don't know how many people are in this house, correct?
Correct.
You don't know how many of these people have guns, correct?
Correct.
I mean, that's what you're telling us here. You thought this burglary was still an ongoing emergency. Isn't that correct?
Yes.
But you didn't push Darsh out of the way of that fatal funnel, did you?
No.
You didn't get out of the way of that fatal funnel, did you?
Not instantly, no.
You even tried to open the window to get inside that house, didn't you?
Yes.
You tried to open the window to get inside a house where you didn't know where unknown assailants could be hiding that could be armed. Is that what you're telling this jury?
Yes.
That's your sworn is that good police work?
No.
And let's go back to this. You said that
This is the risk when you testify in your own
it was Officer Dart's
defense.
idea to go in that house, right?
No, we both intended to go inside.
Who was the first one that said, let's get inside there?
Officer Darch.
And then you tried to get into the window of the house filled with dangerous people.
Yes.
But you didn't tell Officer Darch there was a gun in that house, did you?
Not until we got inside, no.
Did you tell her when you got to the fatal funnel of the cars?
No.
Did you tell her when you got to the fatal funnel of that side door that was open where the bad guys could be?
No.
I don't
Did
believe
you
it's
tell her
required to
when
be
you got to the
registered.
fatal funnel of the front door?
No.
Did you have any trouble opening that front door?
No.
You just went right on in, didn't you?
Yes.
Hey, when you were in the back shooting at Atatiana Jefferson, do you know how many people could have run out the front door?
No.
I mean, did you have backup there?
No.
Was that front secure?
No.
All the bad people in that house could have just went right out that front door, couldn't they?
Yes.
Would you have any way of knowing if they would have went out that front door?
No.
Is that more good police work?
No.
So now you've opened the fatal funnel. Okay, what is slicing the pie? We've heard that. I want to hear you tell me what's slicing the pie.
Slicing the pie is when you're entering an opening, taking it in sections, and then dividing up the area inside.
You kind of peek a little bit and then retract to protect your body. Is that right?
No, if you retract, then you've given up the ground.
Well, you peek and then move a little bit more, move a little bit more, only exposing yourself as much as necessary until you get as much of a view to determine what's safely on the other side. Isn't that right?
Yes.
Poll
How
result
fast
was
did you slice the pie at
70-30.
that fatal front of the front door before you went in?
You can do it quickly or slowly.
70%
Did you do
not
it?
guilty.
Very quickly.
Oh, you did? You determined there was nothing unsafe on the other side of that front door for you to just walk right in.
I think so. It's been 3 years.
You saw the body cam. It took as long as it took. Do you really think that in the body cam, if you were being graded on that slicing the pie at the front door, you'd get an A+?
Probably not.
It's more bad police work, isn't it?
It's not the best.
It's more bad police work, isn't it?
Yes.
When you got in the house, did you tell Darch there was a gun then?
When I found it, yes.
Oh, when you found it. Now I'm talking about in the living room after you opened the fatal funnel of the front door. Did you tell her there was a gun in that house?
No.
You got another fellow officer from the Fort Worth Police Department entering a home which you have determined to be a burglary in progress with possible armed assailants, and you didn't think to tell your partner, hey, there's a gun inside?
No.
You didn't think to tell her, hey, I saw somebody with a gun?
No.
Do you not like Officer Darch?
I like her just fine.
But you didn't seem too concerned for her safety. If in your head is what's going on, and there's this burglary in progress, and bad guys are there with guns, you let your partner walk into that house without giving her any heads up whatsoever that the bad guy might have a gun. Is that really what you did?
We were talking on the radio and yelling commands.
Did you tell her there was a gun?
I did not.
Is that good police work?
No.
That's more bad police work, isn't it?
That
Yes.
theme, bad police work.
So, in your head,
Is what he wants the jury to
you
remember.
testified that whenever you saw Zion, the first thing you thought was, who brings a kid to a burglary? So before you get to that bedroom, you still think there's a burglary in progress, right?
Yes.
Did you clear every room in that house?
I don't think so. I think she cleared one or two that I didn't see.
Is it good for an officer to clear a room by themselves?
No.
When you have two officers, how many officers does it take to clear each room?
2 is best.
Two's best. You had two there, didn't you?
Yes.
But y'all didn't use 2 officers to clear each room, did you?
No.
I mean, in your mind, there's still bad guys with guns. You just let darts possibly walk into a bedroom where there could be a bad guy with a gun, right?
Yes.
And you gave her no heads up that you had seen a gun inside.
No.
Is that good police work?
No.
Was that good work for your partner? Do you think Officer Darch appreciates that now?
Probably not.
Would you ever want another
This is
fellow
crazy.
Fort Worth officer to let you walk into a house without telling you they'd seen somebody with a gun inside?
No.
But that's what you did on October 12th, right?
Yes.
And so, y'all didn't really clear those rooms. Y'all just kind of peeked your head in each one, didn't you?
We did a fast clear.
What's a fast clear?
A quick check for threats, and then you move on.
How were you taught to do a fast clear?
Quickly looking into the room to see if someone's there and then moving on.
Do you do fast clears whenever you have potential perpetrators with firearms armed inside a residence?
Not usually, no.
You don't do it, do you? Not in that ultimate dangerous situation, do you?
No.
So that was more bad police work, correct?
Yes.
So you get back to that bedroom and you finally see Atatiana Jefferson. How fast did you start CPR?
I don't recall.
Did you see the video?
Yes.
You saw us play States Exhibit 1, right?
Yes.
How fast did you start CPR?
It was a while.
Did you start CPR?
No.
Okay. So again, when I ask you how fast did you start CPR, your answer should be I didn't, right?
Yes.
I mean, you saw she was bleeding, correct?
Yes.
You heard her last breaths, correct?
I heard what I now know to be her last breaths.
Because you didn't know they were her last breaths then, did you?
At first I thought it was the dog.
So she still had a chance in your mind, didn't she?
Yes.
She still had a chance in your mind, and you didn't get down there to help her, to stop the bleeding?
I did. I rolled her over and pressed an Afghan to her chest.
How fast did it take you to... you didn't roll her all the way over, you kind of just lifted her up, didn't you?
I lifted her and observed that she had a bullet wound to her chest and looked around for something to stop the bleeding, found an Afghan, and then rolled her all the way over and pressed that Afghan to her chest.
How long did that take you to finally put pressure and cover that wound?
I don't know.
A long time?
In watching the video, it appears to be a long time, yes.
Tell you what, if you were laying on the floor shot, how long would you want someone to take that long to cover your wound?
No.
Why?
Because bleeding out.
Because it's dangerous to that person, right?
Yes.
So, I know you're crying right now, but on October 12th, 2019, you weren't crying when you decided not to administer CPR to Atatiana Jefferson, were you?
I didn't decide not to.
But you weren't, were you?
I was about to when the other officers ran in.
Oh, you were about to start crying.
About to start CPR.
Oh, about to start CPR. But you didn't do it, did you?
No.
So you shot Atatiana Jefferson thinking she was some bad guy in a back window, is that right?
Yes.
A bad guy who had just been hunched over and who had a gun that you couldn't even see if their hands were around it?
I saw the gun pointed at me.
Is that all you could see? Is that what you're saying?
Of her body.
That's all you could see. That's all your memory has said that you saw that night was an upper part of the torso of that gun.
Yes.
Do you remember seeing anything behind her?
No.
So you don't know if there was anything behind her?
No, I don't.
How smart is it to shoot a gun at a target without knowing what's behind the target?
I took a well-aimed shot with ammunition that's designed not to overpenetrate.
How smart is it to take a shot at a target without knowing what's behind the target?
It's not.
You're trained against that, aren't you?
Yes.
And like one of the 4 most basic rules about firearms is don't shoot at a target unless you know what's behind the target, isn't it?
Yes.
Like the top 4, right?
Yes.
But you disregarded that, didn't you?
Yes.
This is brutal. This is brutal cross-exam.
So, I want to go back. Can I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes, sir.
Judge is gulping again. There may be some pictures on here that are quite graphic. I don't know what's going to be shown.
I'm showing you State's Exhibit
Crime
7. Do you
scene.
recognize that?
Yes.
And is that the home where you shot Atatiana Jefferson kind of right there in the middle of State's Exhibit 7?
Yes.
And East Allen is running kind of perpendicular of the photo and kind of curving back over to the left part of the photo, is it right?
Yes.
And then what's the street that goes right across horizontal?
That's Mississippi.
Where did you and Darch park?
Right here on southbound Mississippi.
So if I was to hold my finger right here, right up here, where this car is right here?
Yes.
Is that kind of where y'all parked?
Roughly, yes.
What house did you walk up to? The first house that was the wrong one?
It would have been the one on that southwest corner.
The one on this southwest corner right here?
The one they parked right in.
So if I'm pointing to it right now, that'd be correct. This one in the top right corner of the photo to my left if I'm looking at it, that house, right?
Yes.
Well, you said you didn't park in front of the house so you could maintain some officer safety, but y'all just pulled right up next to the one y'all were going to walk into first?
No.
Well, then tell me. You were parked right there. You got out and walked to that house.
I knew which house was 1203 East Allen.
Oh, you knew, so it was Officer Darch. It's her fault that y'all parked over there.
I pulled up behind her, yes.
Yeah. So again, that's someone else's fault. That's Officer Darch. Is that right?
I pulled up behind her because I wanted to meet with her, and I knew that we were going to 1203 East Allen. I didn't know that she didn't know.
Why? You didn't. When she started walking towards the other house, you didn't stop her?
I believe she was coming back from that house already. She already knew that it was the wrong one at that
She
point.
already knew. So how'd you get across the street on State's Exhibit 7 from those cars parked to Atatiana Jefferson's home?
Yeah, we walked across.
You walked across. This intersection, you went just straight across?
I think so.
So just diagonal straight across the intersection, is that right?
I don't recall.
That's what you testified to earlier. Did you forget from just a minute ago?
It's been 3 years. I don't recall if we went diagonally or if we went across the crosswalks. I don't remember now.
But you were out in the middle of the intersection, right?
Yes.
If you're trying to conceal cover, isn't walking out in the middle of the intersection of two streets a dumb way to do it?
We had to cross the street somehow.
But you could cross the street closer. Aren't you taught, like, maybe to conceal yourself better? You don't walk out in the middle of the street. You might walk around the house line. Isn't that right?
We could have.
You're taught that, aren't you?
Yes.
But no, y'all just went right out across the street in the open, in the most obvious place you could cross where anyone in that intersection could see you. Isn't that correct?
Yes.
Wouldn't you agree with me that's not a good way to sneak up on anybody?
Yes.
So more bad police work?
Yes.
Okay, so you testified, and you've heard people testify with your attorneys asking questions, that you don't get all the information on a call and that you were trying to get, what's going on, do you?
No.
So you better have your eyes peeled so you can make sure that you're not getting any dangerous situations. Isn't that right?
Yes.
How long did it take you to notice James Smith and all his family sitting on the stoop of that house across the street?
I didn't see them.
You didn't see him,
No.
so you're going to open structure. You just told this jury that you're trying to do everything you can to take in as much information as possible, and you didn't see a group of adults standing on a stoop across the street from your target investigation?
No, the house was dark. I didn't see them.
Think that's good police work?
I was focused on the primary threat in front of me.
The primary threat in front of you, but threats can come from all over the place, right?
They can.
I mean, if James Smith and his niece and his nephew and his sister were bad people, y'all didn't have any backup, did you?
Not at that point, no.
I mean, that would have left you and Officer Darts. That would have left y'all an unprotected 6, right?
Yes.
Is that a good thing for officers, an unprotected 6?
No.
What is an unprotected 6?
It's where your back's exposed to people.
He's leaving a lot of work for his lawyer
You're
to
just so
patch
focused
up
on the
here.
bad guys that are in his house, you didn't even think to look that there might be some bad guys somewhere else?
I did what I usually do. I took a quick look around and I didn't see anybody else.
You didn't see 4 adults standing across the street.
No?
And
I don't know
you said you
who's
took a
gulping
quick
in the
look
background.
around.
Is that still the judge?
I mean, that's a pretty honest statement, isn't it? You did take a quick look around, right?
Yes.
I mean, everything you did in the early morning hours of October 12, 2019 was just a quick look. You didn't really follow any rules or regulations, did you?
Needs to be careful here.
No. We inspected the structure.
I mean, were you going in kind of gung-ho?
No.
Were you excited to maybe get a good call?
No.
You weren't, that adrenaline wasn't pumping just a little bit?
I was as apprehensive and as cautious as I was on every call.
Apprehensive and cautious enough to ignore 4 adults sitting across the street on a stoop.
I never saw them.
Might have been a good thing to notice, don't you think?
Yes.
So after you missed the 4 adults sitting on the stoop across the street, how did you walk up to that front door on East Alley? Did you walk slowly?
I'd say a moderate pace.
Were you crouched down to conceal yourself?
I don't recall.
Was Darts crouched down to conceal herself?
She was behind me. I don't know.
She was behind you, but you didn't know exactly where she was behind you?
Not at that moment, no.
Not at that moment. Because you don't have eyes in the back of your head, right?
Right.
So, when you got to the front door, you knocked on it and identified yourself as Forward Police?
No.
You could have identified yourself as Forward Police at that point, couldn't you?
You just say that's not protocol.
Yes.
He's saving it
Can
all
you
for
tell me
his
the rule that
cross for
that said you shouldn't identify
redirect.
yourself as Forward PD? The general order that says you should not have identified yourself on that front porch.
It's part of the general training that we don't announce ourselves in order to not alert bad guys.
So you've never walked up to a house before that maybe there's a burglary in progress and identified yourself as Forward PD?
Not on burglary in progress, no.
You sure about that?
Yes.
Careful. If they have another body cam footage, this may have opened the door for
Tell me specifically
Other
the
videos.
rule that says you shouldn't have identified yourself as Forward Police on that front porch.
There isn't a specific line and a specific general order. It's the general practice. It's the general training.
Tell me specifically what that general training was. Can you tell me who told you that? The person.
The instructors at the academy.
Which one?
I don't recall specifically. Several.
Several instructors told you never to announce yourself when you walk up to a home?
Not never to announce yourself, just not on that kind of call.
On an open structure, you never announce yourself?
Correct.
Ever?
No.
Do you announce it for a burglary in progress?
No.
Would you have gotten in trouble for announcing Fort Worth Police at the front of that house?
Yes.
You would have been written up by the Fort Worth Police Department for identifying yourself as Fort Worth Police?
I wouldn't have been written up. I'd have been told by a sergeant, don't do that.
You're going to tell this jury that a Fort Worth sergeant would tell you not to identify yourself on the front porch?
On an open structure call, yes.
Because what in your head, what should you be doing at this point?
Excuse me. Observing and inspecting the structure to see whether there's signs of forced entry.
So did you do that?
We were in the process of doing it, yes.
Do you know how long it took on your body cam from the minute you walked up to that front door and turned your body cam on to the second that you shot at Atatiana Jefferson?
It's about
No.
like a minute.
It's a minute and 17 seconds.
Yep.
You aware of that?
I am now.
Can you get a lot of information in a minute and 17 seconds?
It's hard to be specific. I guess that depends.
Are you going to tell this jury that in a minute and 17 seconds you can check whether two doors have any damage that they've been broken into, that you've also cleared two cars and made sure there's not anybody else in them, that you've also then opened a gate to someone's private backyard, that you also then went in that backyard and that you saw a silhouette with a gun all in a minute, 17 seconds, and you had all the information you needed at that point?
We were still conducting our investigation at that point.
You didn't have all the information you needed at that point. Just tell the jury. Just tell them you didn't do a good job.
We were still...
Action argumentative. Sustained.
Finally, an
Would you
objection.
give yourself an A+ for that minute, 17 seconds?
There's probably things I could have done better.
What grade would you give yourself? A to F? I'd like to see how you... No, go ahead, tell us.
This is a trap.
I'm talking before you pulled the trigger. That minute and 17 seconds before you pulled the trigger. A to F.
He's glanced at his lawyers.
Probably a B.
Oh, B. High passing grade. What do you think you did the best?
Not sure.
You gave yourself a B and you can't tell this jury what you did the best, not minute and 17 seconds?
Yeah, he shouldn't
No,
have.
I'm not sure.
He shouldn't have walked down that path.
You want to change your grade, maybe?
No.
So you're happy with every decision you made up until that moment you pulled the trigger about investigating this open structure?
I'm sure there were things we could have done better.
You're telling this jury you're happy with every decision you made from that, when you first turned that body cam on to the minute and 17 second mark.
Based on what I knew at the time, yes.
All checking that house, checking that perimeter, you're giving yourself a B.
Yes.
Okay. Runner, may we play State's Exhibit 1?
Yes.
Here's body cam footage.
And I'll be stopping it.
I'll warn you guys, this body cam footage does have, this isn't me recording it and playing it back to you. This is just being played as it appears in court. I don't know what they're going to show. It has some
That was
very
about 4
disturbing
seconds
audio.
looking at that front
and
door.
video.
Did you check the door jamb of that front door to see if anything had been pried open?
I took a look at it. I didn't see any evidence that anything was pried open.
That was like 3 seconds. You looked at that and decided nothing had been pried open in 3 seconds?
That video doesn't start at the beginning of the call.
Okay, so you were staying there a little bit longer, right?
Yes.
Did you check the inside, did you check to see if the screen door worked?
No.
If it was open?
No.
If it was unlocked?
No.
Did you check and see if that was off its frame at all?
A visual inspection, but other than that, no.
Did you check the hinges?
No.
Did you see any tool marks on the doorknob?
No.
Did you look for tool marks on the doorknob like somebody tried to jimmy a lock open?
Yes.
You didn't see any.
No.
But at this point, you've already decided this is a burglary in progress.
No, at this point it's an open structure, and I'm doing what the policy says and inspecting the structure for signs of forced entry.
Where'd you go next? To the side door?
To the side door, yes.
Okay, start.
Camera's panning slowly
Okay.
because the court requires them to make slow movements
Now,
with the camera.
I see some like weather stripping or something coming off that screen door. Is that what you were talking about?
Yes.
That was your big evidence that somebody had maybe tried to manipulate this door open some way.
It's a piece of evidence.
So, are you telling this jury from seeing that, you think they somehow lifted open the front portion of that screen and snuck through and then closed it back?
No.
Is there any way that that weather stripping that's coming off is connected to the operation of that door whatsoever? And what I mean by that is, if that weather stripping the way like that is that way, is there any way to know that the door is unlocked?
No.
Is there any way to know that the door doesn't open if you try it with that weather stripping that way?
No.
Is there anything that weather stripping has to do with the operational function of the door handle on that screen?
No.
But in your mind, you say, bam, someone's messed with this door, so there must be a burglary in progress.
It's a data point in the investigation of the open structure.
Is this a big data point to you?
I don't know if I'd say it's big. It goes into the stack.
So, but did you try this door, the side door?
No.
Did it work?
No.
Did you knock on it?
No.
Could you have knocked on it?
Not without alerting someone that I was there.
So you were doing everything you could to not alert somebody you were there.
That's what we do if we're concerned about someone burglarizing the house.
But if you would announce yourself Fort Worth Police, then maybe Atatiana Jefferson would still be alive, correct?
Maybe.
If you would announce yourself, Atatiana Jefferson would still be alive, correct?
I don't know.
You still might have shot her anyway?
It would have depended on if she came out the front with a gun.
Are you telling this jury there might have been a situation where you still might have shot her anyway?
Only if she pointed a gun at me.
Okay, you just stepped over the weed eater. Is that the lawnmower that we see now, the paused portion on States Exhibit 1 at the 25-second mark?
Yes.
You were here last week when the defense attorneys were asking questions about the stuff piled up outside. What significance did that have to you as an officer at the time?
That it was a possible collection of items to be removed by a burglar.
Explain that to me. Like I don't know, I've never seen a burglary case before. Explain it to the jury. What does that mean?
Well, burglars will often collect loot near where they're going to leave, and so they have a pile of stuff to take.
Is that what you thought when you saw that stuff?
I thought it was a possibility.
How many people keep a lawnmower in their house?
I'm not aware of any.
How many people keep a weed eater in their house?
Me.
I'm not aware of any either.
Me, I do.
But you think that someone had broken into this house, took the weed eater and the lawnmower from inside and stacked it up to take?
I didn't say that.
But you just said that people stack up things to take in a burglary. So if it's a burglary of a habitation, They stacked up the stuff, but they stacked up stuff you don't find in a home.
There's a detached garage to the back. I hadn't gotten there yet.
There is a detached garage. How much time did you spend with that detached garage?
I took a look at the door.
Did you try and open the door?
No.
Did you try and open, when I say the door where the car would go, right?
Yes. That door.
I mean, we'll play that part. We can see how long you took with this garage.
You guys are awesome. Thanks for the subs. Hey, Michelle, you might want to bring it inside the house. As soon as we get over there, the video's going to stop.
All right, you just watch yourself. We paused it at the 1 minute and 5 second mark. How good a look did you take at that garage?
Just a quick one.
You didn't check the door, did you?
I took a quick look at it.
You did not check that garage door that actually opens up where the car would go in, did you?
I didn't try to pull it up.
You didn't actually look down to see if it had been jimmied open anyway, did you?
I took a quick look and didn't see any signs of
How
it.
did you take a quick look? I mean, you're right. Whatever you did was quick, but how did you take a quick look?
Just looked down at it as I was passing by.
You looked down as you were passing by. Is that good police work?
The focus was the house at that point.
But you just told this jury that you got people stacking up stuff that's outside of a garage, and you're just going to ignore the garage?
I would have turned my attention back to the garage after we took care of the house.
Did you check the actual door that the people walked through in that garage?
I didn't try to turn the knob, no.
Did you even look at it?
I believe I took a quick look as I passed by.
You didn't check to see if there were tool marks on that door, that it could have been jimmied open in some way?
I didn't see any.
You didn't see it, that it could have been pulled to and was still kind of just barely open? You didn't check it, maybe push on a little bit?
No.
You didn't think that maybe if the bad guys had taken that stuff out of the garage, they could still be there, and that's where the danger is?
No, I was focused on the house at that moment.
All the stuff that's stacked up for these burglars to take is stuff that's out of the garage, and you didn't think that the garage might be a place you need to check out a little more?
My focus was on the house at that moment.
You didn't think the garage needed to be checked out at all, did you?
I did, and I would have done it after taking care of the house.
You didn't think the garage needed to be checked out at all, did you?
No.
But that could have been another place bad guys were hiding out, correct?
Yes.
So, let me get this straight. We've got the first fatal funnel of the front door. Did you stand in front of that fatal funnel?
I moved across it.
Is that good police work?
Things are falling around in the studio here.
You have to move across it.
Could you have stepped away from the residence, maybe put some distance between you and the fatal funnel?
Yes.
Could one of you have covered the fatal funnel while the other one crossed to make sure there wasn't a bystander back behind a wall?
Yes.
Could you have knocked and said, "Forward, police," to see if there's anybody inside?
Yes.
Could you have tried the door to clear the area to see if there was someone hiding behind the big wooden door or behind the wall?
Yes.
You did none of those things, correct?
Correct.
You just walked across the fatal funnel, correct?
Yes.
Is that good police work?
It was following the procedure for open structure and not alerting a potential burglar inside the house.
Was that good police work?
You need to start saying yes to some of these
It
questions.
wasn't.
It could have been better.
Funnel. Get to the second door, that second fatal funnel. Your entire investigation of that door is caught on this body cam, isn't it?
Yes.
Defense
It's not
should
like
be
you walk
breaking
to
up
that
this,
side door, walk back, turn your body cam
this
on, and then went
sequence
back
of
to it,
questions.
No.
right? So as much time as you spend with that side door,
Even if it's just a
on the body
garbage
cam on
objection.
Station 1, is how much you spent with it there on October 12, 2019.
For the same reason
Yes.
that a football
Walk in
coach would
front
call
of that
timeout when there's, the other team's running up
That
to
fatal
score.
funnel?
I walked past it, yes.
You let Darts walk past it?
Yes.
Did you knock on that one? Knock at that time and alert whoever's inside that it was Fort Worth PD?
No.
But you could have.
Yes.
You could have tried the door to see if it even opens, correct?
Yes.
But you didn't, did you?
No.
You could have gone inside maybe to clear if there was someone behind either door or around the corner, couldn't you?
Yes.
But you didn't.
No.
And still, is that good police work?
You don't knock on doors and announce yourself when you're investigating an open structure or potential burglary.
If you're so afraid of this fatal funnel, what's going on with this open structure and this burglary, you're just walking in front of the doors without a care in the world?
I didn't walk in front of it without a care in the world. I moved past it, looking to see who was inside.
You didn't treat it as a fatal funnel as the way you're taught, though, did you?
Can you be more specific? I'm not sure what you're asking.
When you have a door that's a fatal funnel, you're trained to approach that door a certain way, to look through it and make sure you and your partner are safe, correct?
Yes.
You didn't do that in this case, did you?
I
this
looked and
was
moved across it.
2019, right?
In the short time, you looked, decided it was safe, and then moved across it.
Yes.
That's not exactly how you were trained, right? Come on, be honest.
That question,
There's no specific amount of time given to move across the door.
It should have taken longer if you're actually concerned about your safety and Officer Darch's safety, correct?
No.
Really? Or were you just not concerned at the time about y'all's safety?
I was apprehensive and cautious as I am on every call and moved across it in that manner.
This wasn't good police work at that second door, was it?
I'm trying to think what I could have done better. I'm not coming up with anything.
So the second door, you're giving yourself an A+. Is that what kind of raises your average there?
wow.
I think it was fine.
You wouldn't change a thing about that second door, would you?
He's getting to him. That large sigh. His soul just left his body.
I'm not sure.
We'll move away from the second door and your quote-unquote pile of stolen goods from the garage, and you went past the cars. Now, explain to the jury again, why'd y'all check the cars?
To see if someone was hiding in there.
Did those cars have tinted windows?
Yes.
Was it easy to see inside?
With a light on it, yes.
With a light on? Why would you need a light to see inside?
Because of the tinted windows.
When it's dark outside and you turn a flashlight on, is that hiding your position?
No.
So you just announced to everyone at that house, these bad guys that you think are inside, that you're outside with a flashlight, right?
It's possible.
And let's assume that we're taking what you said, that this is a burglary in progress. That's not good police work, is it? To give.
The judge is drinking constantly and gulps every single time. He thinks he's doing it quietly, but he's mic'd up to the teeth.
There are certain risks involved in police work, and some of police work is balancing the risks. And in this case, because I couldn't see anyone right there, I decided to go ahead and turn the light on.
So you turn the light on, you did a balancing test, that quick in your head, that I need to turn the light on because of the possible threat to this car, and to heck with my giving my position away. Do you not understand my question?
Not really.
You just said you did a balancing test. Who are you looking at over there? I see you keep looking to the left side of the courtroom. Who are you looking?
My attorneys.
Why are you looking at them?
I was trained to address the room. I'm trying to look at various places when I'm
Who trained
talking.
you to address the room?
That's basic public speaking.
Basic public speaking.
That's
Okay.
Wow.
So let me get back to my question. You said that you did a balancing test right then, and that's why you used your flashlight to look in the cars. Is that correct?
yes.
So is it safe for me to assume that you decided that it was worth it to give away your position for the safety of you and Officer Darts in checking those cars?
Because I hadn't seen anybody in the house, I didn't think I was giving away my position.
Okay. But by shining a flashlight, you are giving away your position, right?
You can be, yes.
So you chose not to knock on the front door because that would be giving away your position, but yet you're just going to turn your flashlight on to give away your position. Is that correct?
If I'd knocked and loudly announced, anyone in the house would have known I was there. I didn't see anyone there when I turned my light on, so I didn't think anyone would see that.
Oh, so right at the cars, you don't think there's anybody in the house?
Not in the doors and windows facing, not in that front part of the house,
But, so there still could have been people in the back part of the house that could have seen the flashlight then?
in the back part of the house.
Okay.
Yes.
I just want to be clear that I didn't think, so you still don't know who's inside that house? That's
Correct.
Okay. So, how fast did you clear those cars?
At a moderate speed, I'd say.
Moderate. You felt completely safe walking past them after you looked inside?
Yes.
You checked the floorboards?
Yes.
Did you check the cars to see if if the car doors were open?
No. All I need.
Did you check the trunk, see if it had been open?
No.
Did you check to see if there had been any tool markings on the locks of the car?
No.
What did the call take? What information did you learn about these cars from your MDC?
That they match the description of the cars belonging to the person at the house.
Now that's kind of important, isn't it?
Yes.
I mean, you knew walking
He's gonna
up
need
that
some more
the
water.
owners of the home, their cars, match the description, were in the driveway, right?
Yes.
And matter of fact, you were also told that the owners are usually home at that time, correct?
Yes.
Had you already determined that the owners weren't home?
No, I didn't know that.
So in your mind, while you're looking at those cars, you still think the owners are in that house, correct?
No, I thought they weren't there.
Oh, you thought they weren't there. You thought that there's no way those owners are at home.
I didn't think they were, no.
You thought there were no way that the owners of the home were present?
Based on everything that I saw inside that looked like a burglary, I didn't think the owners were there.
What exactly looked about, what about it inside that made it, that you said burglary?
Everything that was a mess on the floor, the cabinets and drawers open, and items that just looked like they'd been gone through somebody looking for valuables.
But you've been to messy homes before, right?
Some, yes.
I mean, come on, you've been to calls where people put their cigarettes out on the carpet, correct?
Yes.
I mean, some people have dirty homes, is that right?
Yes.
Where was the TV?
I believe there's a television in the living room
Where in the living room?
on the stand over there.
Set up where people on the couch could see it, right?
Yes.
It looks like exactly where you expect a TV to be at the living room set up that way, correct?
Yes.
Burglars usually take electronics, don't they?
Yes.
So the TV's sitting there, right there where it should be, and that didn't, no signal in your caught brain went off. Hold on a minute, they didn't take the electronics.
I don't know. Somebody might still be there and hadn't gotten to the TV yet.
Because they were too busy unloading the stuff out of the garage?
Or further back in the house.
Okay, so let's get back to the cars. You did those are fatal funnels, right?
Yes.
And you went right past those two cars that are fatal funnels and you did a quick look, or you said moderate, right?
I did say moderate.
And you felt completely safe for you and Officer Darts to proceed.
Yes.
That garage, you never checked anything inside the garage, right?
No.
And that could have been a very dangerous situation, correct?
Yes.
There could have been all kinds of bad guys in that garage, correct?
It's possible.
But you didn't check it, did you?
No.
Hey, you want to change your grade yet?
Objection to sidebar, Your Honor, argumentative.
Sustained.
Do you still believe you've done a B-level job so far?
You need
I
to
think I
hold.
did a fine job.
You think you did a fine job? Okay, we can keep watching that. May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes, sir.
How? So that garage, I'm showing you State's Exhibit 57. Can you, is that the garage, right?
Yes.
And so the house kind of comes out right there, isn't that correct?
Yes.
And in State's Exhibit 59, you can see how that gate's kind of recessed, right?
Yes.
Back there, so there's a space where you have, if you're standing at that gate, there's the wall of the garage on your right and the wall of the house on your left. Isn't that correct?
Yes.
And so somebody, if you're standing at that gate, somebody, I'm showing you State's Exhibit 58, somebody could be back over here behind this corner at the bike and you'd never see him, would you?
No.
So somebody could be standing right here where my finger is, and if you're at the gate, you're not gonna see him, right? Isn't that right?
Yes.
I mean, that's a dangerous place to be, isn't it?
Officer Darch had come through there. I'm not sure what you're asking.
Who's covering the front doors when you're back at this gate?
We were both back there.
Who's covering the front doors when you're back at this gate?
No one.
So who could have seen anyone? Could anyone just walked out of that house at that point?
Yes.
And if you were back here in this recessed area of State's Exhibit 59 at the gate, somebody could have been around that corner we were just talking about, correct?
Yes.
Was that a safe place for you and Officer Darch to be?
After we cleared it, it was.
After you cleared it, had you cleared the inside of that house?
No.
Did you know who was inside the house?
No, not yet.
So that could have been a very dangerous place if somebody from inside that house had come out around the corner. Is that correct?
Yes.
I mean, because y'all hadn't secured the house, right?
No, we were in the process of inspecting the structure.
You were inspecting the structure. With open structures, aren't you supposed to, after you're inspecting the structure, make sure that all exits are covered?
Yes.
That's part of the general orders, right, with open structures?
Yes.
But you didn't make sure all exits were covered, did you?
Not yet.
At the point you and Officer Darch are standing at that gate, are all exits covered?
No.
So you're going against the general orders here, correct?
We were on the inspecting the structure.
Is the perimeter secure when you're standing at that gate with Officer Darch?
No.
No, because those two front doors, you don't have anybody watching them, do you?
No.
And isn't it an important part of the general orders to make sure all exits are secured?
Yes.
But you ignored that part of the general orders, correct?
I was in the process of inspecting the structure.
I mean, because with open structures and general orders, if you can't secure the perimeter, what's one of the things you can do? Call for help?
They could have called for backup, but
Yes.
I mean, that's part
this
of the
is
general
common.
orders. If you cannot
Police officers are not going to call for backup on every single
Call
call.
for help, back up so that all exits are covered, correct?
Yes.
And over to the east of Atatiana's home, of her mother's house, there's this huge open field, isn't there?
Yes.
And I mean, that huge open field would be a great place to kind of post up and run a base of operations to secure the perimeter of that home, wouldn't it?
Yes.
From that field, you could have seen the front porch, isn't that correct?
Yes.
And the side door, isn't that correct?
Yes.
And the two cars, isn't that correct?
Yes.
And the garage, isn't that correct?
Yes.
And the gate, isn't that correct?
Yes.
But you didn't pull back to that position, did you?
No.
You decided to go head first into that gate to that backyard, isn't that correct?
I continue to inspect the structure, yes.
You went into that backyard, isn't that correct?
Yes.
Did anyone invite you into that backyard?
No.
Did you hear anyone calling for help in that backyard?
No.
Did you hear anything that somebody may be in trouble in that backyard?
No.
Can police officers just walk into anybody's backyard they want to if they feel like it?
No.
Why not?
Because it's private property.
It's private property, but you just went right into that gate, didn't you?
Yes.
Because you said, you're telling us that you're looking for, what, more doors or something?
Yes, more access to the house. We're inspecting the structure.
Did you see any doors in that the back of the house when you opened the gate?
Not on that face, no.
You didn't see any doors.
No.
And you're in a private citizen's backyard?
Inspecting for a possible burglary,
This is
yes.
a weak argument
You're in
by
a
the
private
prosecution here, I
citizen's
think.
backyard.
Yes.
If you would have walked up to one of those windows and seen something illegal going on, that might get suppressed, wouldn't it?
Objection, calls for legal conclusions to study.
So, you did a quick check of that second door, a quick check of the cars, a quick check of the garage, but yet you get in front of this window that Atatiana's in with her nephew, and you linger there. Isn't that correct?
I took a longer look because the light wasn't on.
Isn't there another window that's just on the other side of the air conditioning unit?
It's on the other side of the house.
Is there another window just right over there, though? You didn't go check that out, did you?
I hadn't gotten to that one yet.
But you took a lot of time at this one, though. More time than any other fatal funnel you've been in. Is that correct?
I didn't count the seconds.
So we've got the fatal funnel of the front door, the fatal funnel of the second door, the fatal funnel of each car, the fatal funnel of the garage and garage doors. Is that correct?
Yes.
The fatal funnel of that area right in front of the gate where if anybody come out of that house, you and Darts were in bad shape, right?
It could have been.
And then now we're in the backyard. The gate itself, that's another fatal funnel, isn't it?
Yes.
Did y'all clear that properly?
As best we could, yes. We went directly through it.
So now you're up at the window where Tatiana is. Where's Officer Darch?
Behind me.
How close is she behind you?
Right up behind me.
How do you know?
Because that's what she's testified.
But you didn't know that at the time, did you?
That's the way we're trained.
But you didn't know that at the time, did you?
Did I know it for an absolute fact? No.
I mean, as a matter of fact, you just testified earlier when I started asking questions that when you got to the front door, you didn't know if this Officer Darch was behind you or not. And you said I didn't. Is that correct?
Correct.
And then I said, well, of course you didn't because you don't have eyes in the back of your head, correct?
Correct.
So has anything changed between the front door and the back door? Did you grow eyes in the back of your head?
No.
So you had no idea where Officer Darch was, right?
I expected that she was doing what we were trained to do.
At the front door, you said you didn't know where she was because you didn't have eyes in the back of your head. At the back of that house, at that window, you didn't know for sure where she was, correct?
No.
But yet you're standing in front of another fatal funnel, correct?
Yes.
Did you slice the pie there?
As much.
Or did you just kind of stand in front of the window?
I looked inside the window.
Did you tactically slice the pie as you're taught at the Fort Worth Academy or any other tactical schools to look in that window?
No, there was no room.
No room. So you're just out there for any bad guy that you think might be in that house to be able to shoot you.
Hey, Baron, dial it back just a notch, bud. Let's keep it civil. If you
Yes.
just agree to
Is that
disagree,
good police work?
that might be better.
It's part of inspecting the structure.
Is it good police work? You said that how scared you, how apprehensive you were, that this is a fatal funnel. Is it good police work just to stand at a dark window without knowing what's on the other side?
I was looking inside. I don't know of any better way to do it.
You could have called for backup, correct?
Someone had to look inside that window, look at the
You
window.
could have called for backup, correct?
Yes.
Stephen's
You
Hot
could
Cocoa
have,
is the one you're
moved to
asking
the
about,
side of the
Bella.
window, correct?
No.
You couldn't have moved to the side of that window real quick? I'm talking about before you even saw anything. You saw there was a window there.
No, there's an air conditioning unit next to me.
There's not enough room for you to stand there?
Not to move to the side.
What about the side closer to the gate?
No,
Why not?
because it's right up against the fence.
So
as
you
I
had
recall.
no choice but to stand right there where the bad guys could get to you if you were standing in front of that window.
Yes.
The gulping, it's either gulping or coughing. I think the judge sort of
Use your
had to
flashlight
drink
going in the
instead of
backyard?
cough.
Yes.
What did we just talk about with flashlights? What do they do?
Let me see.
What else do they do if there's bad guys around?
They can alert them to the position.
So now you're in the backyard of someone else's house and you just alerted whoever's in that home that you're present by flashing your flashlight, correct?
Yes.
That's not good police work, is it?
It's an unavoidable part of me inspecting the structure and looking around.
Well, I mean, because it's just not matching up. If you're so concerned about this structure and what's going on inside, then why are you also so cavalier with giving away your position in a private citizen's backyard?
I'm not being cavalier. I'm approaching it as cautiously as I can.
Cautiously as you can. Who's covering the front door while you and Officer Darts are in the backyard?
No one.
How many people could have run out that front door as you and Officer Darts are in the backyard?
I don't know.
A lot, right?
Yes.
All the bad guys could have gotten away, correct?
Yes.
And taken anything of value, correct?
Yes.
Is that good police work?
That was not the best, no.
But now you've given away your position to whoever's inside the house because you decided to turn your flashlight on in the citizen's private backyard. Is that correct?
Yes.
So now, if there is anyone in that home, they know for a fact that someone is in their backyard with a flashlight. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, is this an open area backyard? I mean, what I mean is it an easy backyard to get into?
No, I believe it's fenced all the way around.
Fenced all the way around. Is it one of those fences? Was there a cyclone fence where you could see through it?
I don't recall.
It was a wooden privacy fence, wasn't it?
I know it was at the gate.
You couldn't see in that backyard unless you opened that gate, right?
Correct. Excuse me.
Was it safe for you and Officer Darts in that backyard?
We didn't see anyone else in the backyard.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes, sir.
I'm showing the witness showing the witness states Exhibit 9. Is that the backyard that you can see kind of in the middle of it?
Yes.
And you can see the fence that goes all the way around it?
Yes.
What is this building that's back behind the house?
I don't know.
Was it a tall building?
Yes.
Multi-story?
Yes.
With windows looking down into that backyard?
Yes.
Is the garage, I mean, that's right there too, right? In the backyard?
Yes.
He's talking about the moss.
Now, over here to the side of the backyard, to the west of where Atatiana was living, do you see another structure there?
Yes.
And is that a multi-story structure?
Yes.
With windows looking down into the backyard?
Yes.
So you led your partner into a backyard with multiple multi-story structures with windows looking down into the backyard where any bad guys from anywhere could have taken shots from protecting
Another weak
points of
argument.
view at you or your partner?
Yes.
That's not good police work, is it?
It's part of police work.
That wasn't safe, was it?
Every day when we walk down the street, somebody could shoot at us out of a building.
Exactly, and that's why we have things like calling for backup. Isn't that correct?
No, you don't know they're going to shoot you. That's when you call for backup.
Who was screaming for help inside this house?
No one.
Who was yelling that they were in danger inside this house?
No one.
Who was running out of the house and creating such a commotion that you felt like they needed all your attention?
The police didn't.
No one.
There was no information
Nobody
that there was
you
a
know of
threat
is in
from the
house
apartment
at
building.
this point, correct?
The fact that it was there is not like
Correct.
oh great, we
So
can't investigate
instead of
because there's
leading
an
your
apartment
partner
nearby.
into an area with 2 overhead positions where bad guys could be, wouldn't it have been smarter to have pulled back and asked for backup to set the perimeter?
I was trying to figure out how many people we needed.
Oh, you were thinking about calling for backup?
Once I saw what the state of the structure was, yes.
At what point did you think about you were going to call for backup?
Once I figured out how many doors we had and how many people we needed.
Did you call that in right then to the radio?
No.
You just kind of thought about it. Is that right?
Once I finished my inspection of the structure, yes.
Okay, tell me this. When did you finish your inspection of the structure?
I didn't.
So he didn't get to think about that.
So you thought about calling backup after you finished. So what you're saying is you wanted to finish your inspection first. Is that right? Is that what I'm hearing?
Yes.
But again, there was nothing exigent. There was nothing crazy going on that you had to finish it right then, correct?
I guess I'm not understanding your question.
There was nobody screaming for help inside, correct?
No.
There was no hostage situation, was there?
No.
There was nobody's life in danger, correct?
Not that I could see.
You didn't have any information that anyone's life was in danger, did you?
Not at that moment.
Matter of fact, you didn't even have information that anyone was inside that house, correct?
No, not yet.
So there would have been nothing wrong with taking some time and setting a perimeter and calling for backup. Isn't that correct?
Other than that we're short-staffed and always try to do as much as we can with 2 officers, no.
There would have been, but the general orders say if you cannot cover all the exits, you need to call for backup. That's what they say, correct?
No, that verbiage is not in there.
Does it say that you have to secure all exits?
Yes.
And what happens if you can't secure all exits?
Then we'll call for backup.
Okay, so we'll use your verbiage. If you can't secure all exits, then we'll call for backup. Is that a better question?
Yes.
But you didn't secure all the exits here, did you?
No.
Matter of fact, the 2 biggest exits that there are, the 2 front doors, are just wide open for anyone to walk in and out of, correct?
Yes.
While you're in this backyard.
Yes.
That wasn't safe, was it?
That was not the best move, no.
And that's not good police work, is it?
No.
Do you want to take your grade down some?
If he buckles on this, it will look really bad. And he needs to answer the question.
Are you going to answer the question?
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought that was rhetorical.
No, that's a question. You want to take your grade down some? I just thought you were thinking about it like some of your other answers.
I don't think I did the best job at that, on that point, no.
You know what, let's stop for lunch.
Okay, so we're going to go ahead and fire off a poll here right now.
And we'll come back at 1:15, okay?
Same poll we had just a minute ago. What do you think now, if anything has changed? I will tell you that he's lost all their video feed. That we had, if you watch the opening statements from the prosecution and defense, it was very much like what we just saw here, where during the one side of the questioning, during the direct of the officer, you're like, hey, that makes sense. Yeah, I'm totally on his side. You know, the way they're spelling it out, that's right. And then when you heard the other side, it was completely opposite. So the two sides are very, very good at making their arguments. And so we're seeing the second side now. Just wondering if people change at all in this. I forgot to get a count of how many people were voting on this in the second poll, or the first poll, sorry. But it'll be interesting. I'm not going to leave it open quite as long, so do jump in there and make your vote pretty quickly, because I want to post this so you can see. Is he charged with murder? Yes, he is. He's charged with second-degree murder, I believe, which has an element of intent with it. That's why it's not manslaughter. Let's see. A couple of you stay the same. My vote remains unchanged. Some people jump. AJ says I changed my vote. Okay, let's go ahead and wrap up the poll here. Let's see how we've got. We're going to end the poll in 3, 2. Oh, we just got one more vote in. Okay, here we go. Boom. The vote is over, and it looks like we're now 60-40, which means 10% of the people who thought he was not guilty now think he is guilty, which is a big change, which means the prosecution is doing a great job on this cross, because they're getting people to change their opinion based on the question and the evidence that's presented. Can the judge change the charge? I don't think so. I think the DAs are the ones who set the charge. They can drop elements of charges, as we saw in the last case with Ortiz. They even at the last minute they dropped the charges having to do with Erica and the aggravated assault there. So that can happen. But in this case, we've just got a single charge of second-degree murder. I don't think the judge would change that at all, or I don't think the prosecution will change that. Interesting. Was he offered a plea? I'm not sure, Jake. I don't know. But he's not going to take it because he's standing by the not guilty, that he didn't break the rules or the law. He feels he's justified. Katie Q says, since we're grading things today, the state gets an A from me. They have done a fantastic job, and really Aaron Dean has really made his lawyer's work pretty difficult with some of the ways he answered. He could have answered differently and not put himself in the hole he was in, although he did come across as having like a very truthful mannerism about himself, answering even hard questions and admitting poor judgment at times. That goes, although it counts against him for what he was doing in the moment, I think it counts for him in his truthfulness factor. Which would help when you were looking at the mindset of what was he thinking, what was he feeling in the moment that he took the shot. So I'm not sure if it was a collective win or a loss on that, but that's just interesting. What's my vote? AJ, I'm abstaining from voting. No, I'll tell you what I think. I believe what's going to happen. I'm going to tell you what I think is going to happen. I'm not really telling you what I think. But what I think is going to happen is the jury is going to find him not guilty, or it will be a hung jury, one of the two, and it we'll have a civil case, and there will be a settlement for the family. That's what I think is going to happen. There's just not enough evidence to prove that he did something wrong in the moment he took the shot. I think that it's going to go that way. Anyway, we've got poll 1 was 78 votes, 70-30 not guilty. Poll 2 was 82 votes, 60-40 not guilty. Okay, so we had a few more people vote, 4 more people vote. But yeah, we did have some people switch for sure. Is intent really based on shooting with a gun barrel looking at you? In intent, I think, Kimberly, the intent has to do with whether or not he intended to fire his gun knowing that there was a person on the other side where the barrel was pointed. The intent, that's the intent. Where when we start talking about Sarah Boone, the suitcase murder, and we're looking at her and she says, I didn't intend for him to die, it has to do with, did you intend to take an action that could have resulted in the other person's death? And in this case, the officer intended to pull that trigger. He raised the gun, gave commands, and fired because that was what he wanted to do. It wasn't an accident at this point. Thank you. I just got a message sent over. Somebody just took a picture of the keyboard with a mug next to it. The pink mug looks good. Jenna says, "I think my mug is arriving today. Yay!" Hopefully the dishwasher's clean now. I should be able to get a mug out here. He didn't say gun until he saw it in her bedroom. No evidence he saw it through the window. Charlie, that surprised me in the evidence he presented there. That he said he saw the gun but didn't see her hands. Then it's like, is it like, are you looking at like someone's shirt that has a picture of a gun type thing? I mean, how can you not see the gun? There was no mention of the laser. It's just it surprised me completely. There was no testimony about the gun being raised and readied or raised towards him. Things that would be important for showing that he felt he was going to get shot if he didn't take action. But instead, he just said he saw a silhouette and a gun barrel, and that for me was like, oh man, that's a blow to hit on against him. Okay, I'm catching up on chat here. If you want me to read your question or if you have something for me, please do what Bella did here and just use an @ symbol and then write Recovery Addict. That way it will show up in orange for me and I'll be able to respond appropriately. I'm just scrolling through to see if I missed anything in your comments, though. Thank you for everything that's been said here. My vote is not guilty, but I'll wait until the end for a final decision, keeping an open mind. Yeah, we're still going to have some expert testimony. The hearing we heard this morning from the expert that has to do with the camera, the angles. I will say that just like in the Dean Cummings case, it sounds like the story he's telling matches up with the video we have, matches up with how, all the evidence. So it seems like the actual events of the shooting, as far as positioning and things like that, I think that's very truthful. Thankfully, it wasn't announced. Actually, we have fantastic cops up here. Love them all. Yeah, sad situation on both sides. I'm glad I'm not on the jury. I do not want to be in their shoes. That would be a tough one. So he resigned. Oh, he can be reinstated even though he resigned if found not guilty. I believe so. I don't believe he resigned because he had made mistakes type thing, like I'm turning in my badge because I completely messed up as a police officer. I think he resigned because he's like, shooting someone is incredibly difficult psychologically. I think that's why he resigned. And so I think even if he's found not guilty, I don't think he'll go back into police work. He's going to probably utilize his other degrees. Can I vote in this poll if I didn't vote in the first poll? Of course you can, Shannon. That's always allowed. Yep, I worked bars. We had 2 pistols beside the register and a shotgun in the back room. Hopefully you didn't have to use them. Literally zero evidence of him even seeing the gun when he shot, just his claim. Charlie, you're right, but at the same time, he's the only person who would have seen it. There's no one else there that says, no, it isn't. And, well, I take that back. There was one other person. Zion was there. And the night Zion was interviewed, he testified that she raised the gun and pointed at the police officer, and then he shot her. We've got that on tape, and the jury's heard that. It was a tough audio to listen to because it was recorded with a potato, but so that we do have 2 people saying there was a gun pointed at the officer and Zion. Zion's also testified that she didn't, but we know there's been some tampering of some sort there. Little Miss says, Recovery Addict, we need to see answer to the first question. It's very convoluted. He flip-flops about what he did and saw. Tell me this first question, Little Miss. Which one are you talking about? You're talking about the cross? This first question on cross? Let's see. Trying to see what we got here. Cross starts. Trying to find exactly where that point is. Okay, I'm pulling up the video. We're going to go back and look at that question for you, Lil Miss. But just help me figure out what it is. Toxic, did he not say that he saw the laser on him? In opening statements said that. They said that there was a laser on his chest and his partner directly behind him type thing. But he didn't say anything about seeing the laser, which surprised me completely. Yes, first on cross. Okay, I'm trying to get there. It's hard to find because they aren't on the screen. I think there was a break, right? Was it right after a break? Let's see. We're going back and watching stuff here.
Both sides ready for the jury?
State's ready. All right, let's go.
I think this was. Let me watch it in 2 walks here, because I don't want you to think that this is live. Is this the right time, Lil Miss? Or is this the... Debbie, they have shown the body cam in court already. I also showed that in a summation video, but I did blur it and muted some of the audio because YouTube has a terms of service, which if I violate, I disappear and we never get to see each other again. The video is out there. I believe if you go to Discord, you can find that link. And you can watch the video. It is not blurred or redacted. You get the full audio. You hear her scream. You hear the gunshot. You hear just how fast everything happened from when he turned. It's difficult to see in the window. I believe there's some frames where you see an outline of a person.
Cross-examination.
Yes, Your Honor, thank you.
Okay, this might be it.
Your Honor, at this time, I ask the witness step down into the well for demonstration.
Mr. Dean, just follow Mr. Smith's instructions, okay?
You talked a lot about where Atatiana Jefferson was, or you called her the silhouette. I want you to demonstrate to the jury what exactly you saw through the window, what position the silhouette was in.
If the rail's the windowsill.
How about I'm you? Face me like I'm you, and you're the silhouette.
Is this the one, Lil
Like
Miss?
this.
She had her left shoulder towards you,
Yes.
and where did you see the gun?
Somewhere here after she stood up.
Okay. So she started off bent over, and for the record, you were bent over with your left shoulder toward me, bent at the waist, almost in a 90-degree position. Is that an accurate description?
Yes.
Okay, and so at what point did she come up into a more raised position?
Somewhere in the time that I was drawing my gun.
Okay, and then when she raised up, when she got up to a raised position, in what position was she in front of?
I'm not entirely sure. I saw the upper part of her body upright.
Do you know if she was bent over?
I'm not sure.
Where was the gun in her hands?
Somewhere here.
That's
And
middle
you just
chest
kind of put
area.
your hands together in front of your chest. Are you saying she had her gun all the way up in front of her chest like that?
I never
There's
actually
the judge
saw her
gulping in the
hands.
background.
You never saw her hands. All you saw was a gun.
I saw the gun.
And where was the barrel of the gun in reference to the silhouette? Again.
If the silhouette's here, somewhere in the middle.
Under her chin?
Under her chin, yes.
Was it extended out?
I'm not sure.
You couldn't even tell us if she had the gun extended out pointed at you?
No, I couldn't.
You couldn't tell if the gun was up in a raised position, ready to fire?
It was pointed at me.
You couldn't tell if it was up in a raised position, ready to fire?
No.
How long was she in this upright position before you pulled the trigger?
Not very long.
As soon as you saw the barrel of that gun, you decided to pull your own trigger?
Yes.
You decided to shoot her once you saw the barrel of the gun?
Yes.
Once you saw the barrel of the gun, you decided to pull the trigger and take who was on the other side of that window's life.
Yes.
Let me know when you've seen the part you want to discuss, Little Miss, as we're going back and watching what just happened just a little bit earlier this morning in this trial.
You testified a minute ago that you thought whenever you walked into the bedroom and you saw Zion, who brings a kid to a burglary? Is that correct?
Yes.
Because in your mind, this burglary was still ongoing. Is that correct?
Yes.
And after you pulled the gun, after you pulled the trigger of your gun, this burglary was still ongoing, correct? In your mind.
I didn't know.
Well, you just said you thought that this was still an ongoing emergency, correct?
Yes.
And that there could be dangerous people inside, correct?
Yes.
And that you and or Officer Darts could still be in trouble, correct?
Yes.
Did you push Darts out of the way of that window after you fired?
No, she was behind me.
Did you step out of the way of the window after you fired?
Not that I recall.
I mean, that's a fatal funnel, isn't it?
Yes.
What is a fatal funnel? What have you been trained about fatal funnels?
A fatal funnel is a doorway or window. It's just a narrow area that is difficult to move in or out of, and
We're
you
gonna
can be
we're gonna
injured or shot there.
Okay, we're gonna go from there. Okay, so that was interesting, where he couldn't tell what he saw. Little Miss, what does that tell you? What do you think about? I was surprised with how he described that, especially where he said he couldn't see the hands. Couldn't tell if the gun was being raised or lowered, if it was held away from the body or up close to the chest. Or yeah, crazy. Not a burglary, a non-emergency call about priority 2 open door. Come on. Yeah, it's, I hear you, Charlie. I'm looking at this back and forth in chat, and I realize we've got some people who feel strongly on each way. I believe that this officer, based on the protocols that are written, based on the training they provide for him, I believe that he's going to be found not guilty. I don't like the idea of, an innocent person getting shot through the window by a police officer and having virtually no accountability. The accountability may come in the form of a civil suit, but the law of the West. I see this as he had seconds to react and take that into account. So if you can't remember, Tag, I see that what he did after he fired the shot, there were more lapses, I would say, in protocol judgment than beforehand. Having listened, I'm a habitual police scanner listener, right? So I listen to police scanner all the time. I'll monitor and hear things and the radio traffic back and forth. And I can tell you there are calls in every single jurisdiction all across the country that are just like this, where an officer, sometimes a single officer, is dispatched to a situation like this that has an open door, lights on, something's not right about this. The neighbors have called, and they show up, and a lot of times you'll hear the dispatchers say, "Do you want me to start another unit?" And they'll say, "No, I'll advise," meaning that it might be bad, but it might just be a nothing. And it's sort of, maybe it's a pride issue for the officers to say, yeah, I can handle some of these calls on my own, because I'm not scared of the dark type thing. I can walk in there and check it out. And if it's a problem, I'll let you know. And then you can send me some people. But, odds are most of the time it's not going to be a problem. It's not going to be an issue that needs, a command center set up in the field next door so we can, monitor and get the SWAT team in to, that's not, most of the time, that's not the case. So I think that what they were doing was very normal. And if you've got a police officer that listens to that, knowing the information they had and what the type of call, I think the way they handled it was probably the way most police officers would handle it, barring some other piece of information that raises the threat level significantly. Let's see. That hit me when he first testified. He said he couldn't see her hands, but then he saw her point a gun at him, then couldn't tell if it was pointed up or ready to fire. So he did say that he saw the barrel pointed right at him, and maybe this might be along the lines of what Officer Darch experienced in that same, shortly in that same period of time, right after he fired. She turned, right, and saw her eyes, right, Atatiana's eyes, and said they were big as saucers, and her face is burned into her memory type thing. She saw her face basically in the light of the muzzle flash, and that's the moment I think that's burned into her eyes. But in that moment, that you get sort of a tunnel vision. You know, that when there's huge adrenaline spikes and things, you might see other things, but your mind just can't register them. It just focuses on something directly in front of Officer Dean. It could have been that barrel of the gun pointed right at him. That's why he doesn't recall the hands at all. It was just the barrel pointed right at him. But that's it. Okay, so this has been fascinating, guys. We're going to do this. We are going to call a lunch break. And I hate to break it to you, but we're not going to come back right after lunch. I'm going to be monitoring, and I'm going to sort of, my idea is that I'm going to put together little clips of the important bits of trial throughout the rest of the afternoon and assemble them for an evening show. And we'll do some catch up of what happened this morning as well as the evening thing. That's the idea right now. That's my intent. I do have intent to do that. But we're not going to pick up right after lunch with this. If that's all right, that'll give me time to do that, and we'll have an evening thing. It also lets a lot of the individuals who love watching this channel experience it sort of live, even though the material we're covering might have happened an hour or two previously. Is there anything I need to address before we let you guys go for lunch and have a little break before this evening's show? The attorneys will probably show the video of the little boy, probably again. What's a potato? A nanageek. A potato is a term we use for a very ineffective piece of electrical equipment. It's like saying you replaced the microphone with a potato and then tried to record. Well, a potato doesn't work very well as a microphone. And so every time there's poor audio quality, we refer to it as a potato. A potato is a tuber vegetable popular throughout the world. They make French fries out of them. Yes. I laugh at the potato thing, having played Portal 2. Yeah, you'll find references to potato many times. He just testified he saw the laser when he moved the gun away from the body. Never mentioned seeing it before. That surprised me, Charlie. That really did surprise me because one of the things I was going to tell you if I had put the battery in my little laser pointer here is I could shine this laser off camera, and if you're within a certain angle of that laser, if the laser is being shined within a certain distance from you, it's very apparent. There's dissipated light that catches your attention and is blindingly apparent. I don't know how he could have missed the laser if the laser was pointed at him, how he would not have seen that shining at him. But yep. Okay, it's just scrolling up, catching up. There's so much chat going on here. I apologize if I missed something. Just want to make sure. Appreciate the super chats today. Also, thank you for being and interacting with each other in a civil manner. I appreciate that as well. What time is this evening, Pauline? I'm gonna create a placeholder here soon, but it's probably going to be 7 or 8 o'clock this evening that we handle that Eastern time. But that's where we're going to go. Ashley says, sounds good to recover addict. I missed loads from today, so a compilation would be great. I'm not sure how far back we're going to go. I think some of what we saw definitely is very important. We'll discuss that. I can't wait to see a couple things. First, how the prosecution ends their cross of this guy. And second, I want to see what damage control the defense can do in patching up some of this stuff, because they have their work cut out for them. It's going to be interesting to see where they go with that. And maybe they wanted this to happen, so they opened the door for a better defense. So round 2 might put them in a better position than what they set themselves up for round 1. That may be the case as well. I already had lunch a little bit. I had a beautiful sandwich with some amazing pickles. They were the spicy maple bourbon pickles, and they were amazing. Highly recommend them if you've never tried them. We've got a couple new guys in here. Let's keep it civil. We have a really friendly group here. Baron, we do try to keep the politics out of this one, just so you know. Not that I think it's wrong to talk about politics. I'm very political and have my own opinions, but I would say that in a chat room is probably the least effective format for a political discussion. And I believe political discussions are appropriate and should be happening all across the country, but this setting is not the best place for it. So we're going to try to steer clear from that. Maybe if we have multiple individuals on camera who are talking, so we can hear the inflection of their voices, we can with just chat, things like that. It would be better. But I appreciate everyone working with the little rules that we set out here. We do it so that it can be fun for everybody and we can learn together, because it is the true crime aspect that brings us together. Even though we have differences, in our lives in other areas, we have this in common, and I like to be a friendly place that way. So pickles, not politics. There's a shirt idea, TW. Oh my goodness, why did we not think of that before? Where in NC? Do you have a law background? I'm in Johnston County. Jake, I'm in Pitt County, and I've studied the law for years, but I don't have a legal background. We do have a lawyer, friend of the channel, Matthew Harris in Texas, who comes on frequently to help us out with legal definitions and explanations. We hope to be doing a live show with him on screen with us, maybe as soon as this Saturday. Depends how things work out. He's setting up some systems now. All right. I will say that if there's somebody in chat along with and they just rub you the wrong way, go ahead and mute them on your end. I do allow a fair amount of back and forth banter. I'm not ban happy. I think people deserve to be heard on a lot of things, even if it's different than what I think. But as long as it's done civilly, I'm not going to have them ban it. And the mods are very, the mods are moderate as well. So if you know that there's somebody that just you can't deal with, just mute them on your side, and that will work out for everybody. But thank you very much. All right, so we're going to have a little bit of music. If I can remember which one it is. It's that one. It's lunchtime for you guys. It's going to be lunchtime for me. I think I'm going to have a second lunch. Second lunch is always good. Thank you, everybody. Thanks for being here. We'll tell you that next chance you get, please give a hug to those people you love. Smile at somebody, make that day just a little bit better, and stay safe until we go live again, which will be tonight with a little bit of a wrap-up show. So thank you, guys. Appreciate it all. Have yourselves a great day.